Hi, my name's Christy Westland. I've been kind of talking with some other parents, and some of them have kids in the high school, and there was a concern that came up, and I'd like to address it, see if there's any way that we can kind of figure this out, because it could be a major issue across all of the schools in the district. There are concerns about a male student, but possibly more, going into the female restrooms and being allowed to do such things. I've heard of that individual.
I'm going to stop you for just a second. I want to hear your opinion and your observations. Right now, you are speaking, this is second and third person. These are rumors. So if you have a concern about, whoa, Ben, you're out of order. You're out of order. I'm not going to stand for it. I'll tell you that right now. So you have an opportunity to speak. What is your concern about the policy of the district?
My concern is the policy is allowing males in female bathrooms, which is not proper, and it needs to be fixed, and soon, so that it doesn't become a widespread issue across the district. That is my concern. That is what I would like to see handled. I just wanted to give backstory, which is what I was saying.
Well, and I want to point out, there are strict data privacy laws.
I can appreciate that.
So just referring to a student at a high school or middle school or specific school violates, anybody could go, oh, then it must be a student at the high school, or it might be a student here. So that's why we are very protective of that.
I didn't say any names.
No, but people can infer, it can be inferred. So we don't want anything that points in that direction. Your general concern is, yes, we disagree with males using female bathrooms or vice versa, and that point is taken.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. So to that issue, and I will address it, that we are following Title IX federal guidelines, and those guidelines specifically, Troy, do you have those in front of you, the guideline?
I did not. Kathy was, again.
Just the basic, what it says, what federal law says, and it's our job as a board to ensure that we're following state and federal law, and that is what we have been doing. And actually, Title IX has been in existence since 2016, and so we've been following that law for 10 years.
1978.
Okay, I'm talking probably about some of the first litigation was probably 2016 that I read. So anyway,
Just following federal statute from the 7th Circuit Court and others in the nation that have continued to uphold the right to use the bathroom of the identified. Now those are the current court cases. Others are sitting out there, and we don't know what those turnout will be. But we simply are following the policies put forth by Neola and other school board associations.
Okay. All right.
Can I speak now?
No, this is an opportunity for open forum, so let them speak and then we will discuss. Go ahead. Next, Roxanne Jorsted.
Roxanne Jorsted, 1373 Billmar Avenue. So in shutting her down, I guess my question to you is, so are you confirming that boys are allowed to go into a girl's restroom?
We are confirming that we are following federal guidelines. So if
That's not what I asked.
If those, and I'm not at liberty to say because it is a private matter.
There's nothing private about.
No, we are following the law. So if it is, which it could very well be, and we know we've been following this law since, I don't know, I'll say 1973. We do know that we have had a handful of students in this district that meet the requirements or would be considered transgender, and that has happened. However, the staff has done a very good job. This has been going on for years, and staff has done a diligent job of mitigating, working with families, working with children to ensure the safety of children and at the same time following federal law. So that's our obligation to safety, and our obligation is to follow the law.
I have a constitutional right to speak, and I just want to say that a boy born with a penis that's allowed to potty in the ladies' restroom is wrong. A penis belongs in a men's room. A vagina belongs in a ladies' room. God calls on you,
Yes, it does.
the school board, the administration, and every teacher to stand up for what is morally right. A man is never going to have babies. A woman doesn't get to go in the bathroom and watch you men pull your penis out at the urinal. If you can't stand for what is morality, you do not belong in education. Stand up. Our Creator is watching, and trust me, the judgment will be His. Choose wisely. And Mr. Schaefer, we are a republic. We're not a democracy.
Thank you, Joel. Jorstad?
Pass.
I'm sorry, pass?
Pass.
Okay. Melissa, is it Sam?
So
I'm sorry.
Same.
Don't you think parents should know that this is happening? Or you can't answer that? Because I have high school students, middle school, elementary school. If this is happening, parents should know. I should get an email, right? And, well, for one, it shouldn't be happening at all because it's completely ludicrous. Like, how do you know a boy isn't touching my daughter in the bathroom? It doesn't matter what he's there for. Like, how do you know that's not happening? You don't. I mean, is there staff in there making sure? Girls have been raped. There's lots of articles about girls have been raped. So you're gonna just let that happen? And if you're letting it happen, I'm assuming the kids are being taught this is okay, starting in middle school and elementary too. If it's happening and parents don't know about it, I mean, I'm assuming they all believe it's okay. If it's happening, I want to know. I want to be emailed. Because I don't think that's in the student handbook. Do you have the student handbook? Does it say, oh, by the way, students, when you sign off on here, boys can come in and watch you use the bathroom? Does it say that? Because I've skimmed through it. I've never seen it. Do you think it's fair to the kids? Do you think it's fair to the girls that boys get to follow them in? Do they have a say? Have you voted? Have you voted amongst student bodies or parents? I haven't received an email saying, hey, what do I think? I doubt the kids have either. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when you have a senior who is 18 walking into the bathroom on a 14-year-old girl? What are you gonna do? Don't you think that's predatory behavior? What are your policies about that? Can you fill me in? Do you have any? It's unbelievable that this is happening, and on the down low, and parents don't know. I should be getting emails, don't you think? Letting you know, hey, this is happening right now. Your kids might see this. Does it matter at all what they think? Do the kids have a say at all? You should be ashamed. You should be completely ashamed of yourself for letting this happen and not telling parents. Pretty sure Title IX, I mean, if you're following Title IX, it shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be, right? It shouldn't be. I don't care whatever happened in whatever district, somewhere else, in a different state. I don't care. I don't care. What I care for is Title IX in New Richmond, and there being a separation. There should always be a separation. Because what are you gonna do when something happens? What are you gonna do when that senior walks in on, what are you gonna do? And it shouldn't happen. So I have to go home and tell my daughter, oh, so you know, it's okay if a boy follows you into the bathroom. I have to go home and tell my daughter that. Because you're allowing it to happen. You're not telling your staff that is your job to make sure this doesn't happen. He can go use the boys' room. He should go to the boys' room. He shouldn't go to the girls' room. He can't do that in an airport. Why should he be allowed to do it in the school? It's disgusting. It's pathetic. Did you tell your daughters when you raised them, boys can go into the bathroom with you? I'm assuming you have granddaughters. Have you told them that yet? So because you're allowing it to happen, I have to go home and tell mine. It's a joke. The district is lazy. Your staff should be told not to let this happen. Parents should get an email saying, if your child sees this happening, make sure they go tell a staff member. How freaking hard is that? It's not hard. You should do your job. Because that's not doing your job. That's just laziness. Over 5 students in the district of like,
Duly
what,
noted.
1,200?
Duly noted, your time is up.
It's pathetic.
Your point is made. Thank you. And so for clarification and follow-up, understanding this is a concern, the proper way to bring it to the board is through board action and an agenda at a board meeting, right? So that is what we're discussing, that among administration, and that plan would be put into place so that this matter can be discussed openly and procedurally correctly done in a board meeting with it on an agenda item, whether that's a special work session or if that is a regular upcoming board meeting. That is.
At any time.
I'm sorry.
People can speak at any time.
Yes, absolutely,
Yeah,
Okay.
anytime.
absolutely.
But you just said differently.
I'm sorry.
You said differently.
No, I don't know what you thought I said, but I said in order for the board to, I'll say this again, in order for the board to take action and to respond to the concerns and to be open about what the laws are and what the district is doing, we have to do that through a board agenda, all right? So that we can put that on a board agenda and say, we are going to talk about Title IX or about transgender students in our restrooms, and that we be posted on the agenda so every member of the community gets to see it and every member of the community has an opportunity to weigh in. Because obviously there are differences of opinion. And I'm not talking about the board, I'm just talking about there is obviously difference. Every person in this room has a different opinion on this matter. And we have to do what is best according to law, and we have to do what is best and what is safe for there's a million different angles on this, and we get that, all right? But I want us to be civil and I want us to openly discuss it correctly so that we can get to an end and so we can get somewhere with it. And it's not having hollering and screaming at a podium.
Right, but you do agree that the people have the right to bring their concerns to the board. It's your job then to put it on the agenda. So to shame the people for coming up to speak,
Oh,
it
absolutely.
did sound like that.
Absolutely
So I
not.
would suggest you not
No,
change your,
I just want, no, we just want to make sure that everybody understands that there's a procedure to do it. Had we known this ahead of time, we would have put it on the agenda and we could have had it as it would have been a matter to discuss
We
among
have
the
to tell parents first.
And the only way to do that is to get it on the agenda and let people know.
No, actually, you can send out a mass email.
I didn't write my name on there, but I would like to speak. And I promise I'll be nice.
5 minutes, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mary Stevie. I live at 1785th Street. I'm a Richmond resident. I have 4 children, 3 that are currently in the school district. I just want to speak a little bit to how I think a lot of parents are feeling. I think they're feeling a lot of betrayal. I get an email when there's a measles outbreak, or if there seems to be a lot of flu, or some child gets lice, just so I know when I check my kids for lice. This is obviously a huge hot button issue because I've seen all of you at school board meetings before Donald Trump was elected. And I know many people who cannot stand Donald Trump, and they plugged their nose and voted for him because of this single issue. Now, you said we're following the law and we have to respect everyone's privacy. I absolutely agree with that, but we don't sacrifice the dignity and privacy of our young girls because of this overarching theme of privacy. You can protect the privacy of individual students by sending out an email and saying, we have a student that is transgender. We are making accommodations for that student without sacrificing the safety, dignity, and privacy of our minor children. I think the school board is opening itself up to some serious liability. If you're doing this without the parents knowing, especially before the previous election, when we were standing room only telling you, hey, we have concerns about this. We all voted for Donald Trump and we all realize it's all being adjudicated right now. They're actually in the Supreme Court right now and they couldn't define a woman, the arguments for this. They literally said there's no working definition of a woman. Well, I've been teaching biology for 30 years. I can tell you there's a working definition. I can give it to you afterwards if you need. When Title IX was passed back in 1973, you can go back and look at the intent of the law and look at how it was argued. That's how our process is. We elect representatives in a constitutional republic so that they can represent us democratically through the legislative process. And the whole purpose of Title IX was that women were being discriminated against because of their bodies. They could not physically compete against men for academic scholarships at the federal level. So the federal government said, we have to carve out for those differences. Men and women are not the same. Not one's better or worse. They are different though. And for equal opportunity, the federal government said, we're not going to fund things if you don't give equal access and equal opportunity to women. They need sports, private spaces, locker rooms, safety and dignity so that they can compete and actually have equal opportunity because there are sex differences. That was the intent of Title IX. And unless you're a moron, you know that. You know that was the intent of Title IX. And then 5 seconds ago, a bunch of unelected bureaucrats decided to redline the Constitution and Title IX and change it from on the basis of sex to on the basis of whatever you feel like today. Are you a boy today or you're a girl today? And that's a real thing. Where I work over spring break, they had an entire conference on gender fluidity and how we need to be aware that sometimes people change their gender the same day. Well, I'm not having it. I'm not allowing my children to go through this. I will pull my kids. I just talked to a homeschool group on the way over here. I'm willing to take my 30 years of higher education and many friends with me. I cannot believe I'm standing here after the last time we did this, and the school board is opening itself up to lawsuits. If you knew about this and you allowed it and you didn't tell parents, and I'm an 18-year-old senior. If he decided tomorrow he wants to be a girl, and he goes into a bathroom and doesn't even do anything, and he exposes himself to a girl, that's lewd conduct with a minor. And you're an accessory. Because if you're a bartender and you overserve someone and knowingly let them walk out the door with their keys and then kill someone, you're an accessory to manslaughter. What are all of you if there's an 18-year-old young man in a locker room and a 14-year-old girl? That is a huge legal, you worry about your budgets, you're gonna have to worry about your homes by the time you're done being sued by someone who's a parent of a 14-year-old girl who got raped. And the fact that we can't just make an accommodation, a reasonable accommodation for this very small sliver of people who I have nothing but sympathy for. I teach them all the time. It has got to be awful to think, to have people around you tell you you were made wrong, that you were put in the wrong body and tell you you have to cut off body parts and inject yourself with chemicals. I feel nothing but sympathy for those people. But we cannot live in a society where the rule of law stands if we shape our laws around the idea that we are going to let people decide whatever they feel is the rule. That's not the rule. I'm sure I've showered with many lesbians. I don't care. I don't shower with them because of what's in their head. I shower with them because of anatomy, right? It's the safest way for us to have as much privacy as possible in a public setting.
And your time's up. I appreciate your input. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good question for you.
Are you a resident of the district?
No, I just
Okay.
have a question. What's the procedure?
Nope, do we have anybody else to come before the board? Yes, sir.
May I come up?
Are you a resident of the board,
Yes, sir, I am.
or of the district, I'm sorry?
Say again?
Are you a resident of the district?
Yes, I am.
Okay, come up, state your name.
You can't answer the man's question.
Your pardon, I had neuropathy. A little bit slow. Good evening. My name is Bill Quasney. I am a resident of New Richmond. I'd like to present to you for your consideration. My wife and I have 5 children. They're all adults, so 2 girls, 3 guys. Our girls all participated in athletics. This is back in the 1980s and 1990s. We currently have 7 granddaughters. All of them are athletes. 4 completed college, 3 are still in college. One of the things I've wondered about as this issue has developed over time is why is this coming to the fore in the last 10 or 12 years or so? Why is this issue of transgenderism and males in the female locker room? By the way, our daughters never experienced that. Okay. I'm going to present for your consideration an excerpt from a book that was written in 1958 by a gentleman named Willard Skousen out in Salt Lake City. He was a professor at Brigham Young University as a police chief chief of police in Salt Lake City. The name of the book was The Naked Communist. Excerpts from this book were read into the congressional record in 1963 by a Democratic Florida congressman by the name of Albert Herlong. It's called The 45 Goals of Communism. And I want to read to you what I believe to be 2 pertinent goals from this. If you want to read the whole list, please get the book.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes, so.
Okay, I'll be done. I'm only going to read 2 out of 45. So here is number 25. Break down cultural standards of morality by promoting pornography and obscenity in books, magazines, motion pictures, radio, and TV. Number 26. Present homosexuality, degeneracy, and promiscuity as normal, natural, and healthy. So I would just say to you, consider this in terms of this issue that we're seeing from what these ladies have brought up about males being present in girls' locker rooms. I believe that there are issues with points number 25 and 26 from the 45 goals of communism to destroy this country. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, our time is up. Is there anybody else? Anything else, Dr. Miller? I just make it very clear that with the concerns that we've heard tonight, we will, as a board, will discuss and get this on probably the next agenda in February, so that more people can be heard and we have an opportunity to respond as to what the district is doing, what the policy is, so everybody's clear on both sides of the issue. So that's where we stand right now. All right? Fair enough. All right, next, we're going to move on to
So that was, we're going to, hold on a second. I'm going to. All right, so that was the opening salvo. That is the beginning. This is where I learn about this policy, and there's some questions in the chat. Where is this? New Richmond, Wisconsin, small town, small rural town. And as you heard from some residents, second, hold on. One second. Well, since I'm having some, I'm going to go straight to the board meeting. And while I fixed my camera, what you saw there, that was the prequel. That was a school board meeting where parents just found out about this policy. You're going to hear more about this bathroom policy in the school board meeting that took place just 2 days ago on Tuesday. Wanted to live stream it now that we've got the full video, it's a lot easier to watch. Just 1 second, we're going to have that up.
So, motion to approve the agenda.
Opposed?
Motion carries. All right, as we move on to the agenda, here is the general directives of the meeting for this evening. First and foremost, I want to take a minute to thank everyone for attending our board meeting tonight and extend a special thanks to Dr. Miller, the staff, legal counsel, and for countless hours spent making this presentation meeting possible tonight. The intent of tonight's meeting is to inform and educate the community and board on policy and procedures surrounding non-discrimination and the district facilities use. This will be done through a presentation by legal counsel and director of pupil services. The board's role will be to listen, not interrupt presenters. After each presenter has given their respective presentations in its entirety, a Q&A session will be held between the board and the presenters. Any board member that has a question or questions regarding the presentation may address the presenter only after being recognized by the chair. The board is bound by its ethics and code of conduct policies, which include that board members must conduct themselves with integrity, must treat others with respect and dignity, must maintain decorum, and must not engage in conduct or speech that harasses or discriminates against others. Board members who violate the code of conduct or the meeting procedures may be ruled out of order. Furthermore, any texting or electronic communication by board members during the meeting is subject to disclosure under the public records law if requested. Finally, there will be a public comment portion of the meeting as outlined in the agenda. Again, we have specific rules and expectations that were shared ahead of this meeting and that were also available in the back of the room. If you wish to speak, please make sure that you have signed up for public comment at those locations where those handouts were at. Until we get to that portion of the meeting, no audience members will be recognized to speak. Outbursts and audible comments will be ruled out of order and asked to cease. If the conduct continues, they will be removed. We expect that everyone will abide by our rules and procedures to ensure that the presenters and the board can be heard and get through this agenda. Please be reminded that we are all one community and that we are here for all students and their education. So at this point, we'll start our first presentation, and I'll also mention too that the times that are listed on the agenda are estimates based on our best guess. It does not change the fact that there's still 60 minutes set aside for public comment. We'll now begin with an informational presentation with legal counsel, Mick Walsberger from Swires, Walsberger and Mays, PA. He will discuss the overview of Title IX, summary of case law, privacy rights and communication. Board members will have an opportunity to ask Mr. Walsberger questions after he's completed all of his presentations, as is listed in the agenda. Mr. Walsberger.
Thank you, guys, for reading the law. Ethically, the second thing I want you to know is that I can never advise a client to violate the law, so I'm going to make sure I never do that. Third, the law is constantly evolving. The law is changing in this area. And if it does change, my advice will change with it. And I'm going to talk about some of the changes that we're seeing. Finally, I want to mention that our firm has been in contact with a number of organizations across the state of Wisconsin, including attorneys with other firms. And we are confident that the interpretation of the law that we have is consistent with the interpretation that other education law firms have across the state of Wisconsin. First, let's talk about Title IX. Go through an overview of Title IX here. It is, as you know, an anti-discrimination statute that was enacted in 1972. Look at that first slide, that'd be great. I'll keep going while you work through the slides here. Title IX provides that no person shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, or be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any educational program or activity receiving federal financial assistance.
Aren't we discriminating against the girls?
Also, I'll just shut my mic off. Situation in the first place. If in my eyes, you really don't have any credibility. Order.
Again, Mr. Howard, you are out of order for the second time. So, under Title IX, neither Title IX nor its regulations define the term sex. As a result, that's been left to the courts to fill in that gap. And in 2017, the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals, which is one level below the U.S. Supreme Court and the highest federal court that has jurisdiction over Wisconsin, defined sex in Title IX to include gender identity. That definition remains in effect unless until the Seventh Circuit changes its own opinions, unless the U.S. Supreme Court issues a contrary opinion, or unless Congress changes the law. One of the questions that we often get is, well, how does case law stack up compared to statute? Is that binding? And decisions from the Federal Circuit Court are just as binding as statute. And in fact, if there's a conflict between a federal court and statute, the federal court case law prevails. That is what controls. The practical implication is that right now, in the state of Wisconsin, transgender students may select a restroom based on gender identity, may use the restroom based on gender identity, or a locker room based on gender identity. Now, there is inconsistency across the country in terms of the case law, particularly at the federal level. And this is a more recent development that we're seeing, and I'm going to spend some time talking about what the court cases hold and where I think things might be headed here. Again, in the Seventh Circuit, we have a pretty well-established body of law. That body of law begins with the decision in the Whitaker case, and that was Whitaker versus Kenosha Unified School District in 2017. And in that case, the issue is whether the district's policy of denying a 17-year-old biologically female transgender student access to male restrooms violated Title IX. The Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals granted the transgender student's motion for a preliminary injunction, meaning the Court of Appeals said, you are likely to prevail on the merits of this case. And usually that's dispositive of the entire case. And so what that meant is that the district was prohibited from disallowing the student to use the restroom based on gender identity. In other words, the transgender student was deemed to have a right to use the restroom based on gender identity. Now, when you lose in one of these cases, when you're the school district and you lose the injunction, well, you've lost basically down the line and lose on the merits of the case. But that also means you end up paying not only your attorney's fees, but the other side's attorney's fees. And if there's a damages award down the road, you end up paying that as well. So it can be costly. The next case we have in our jurisdiction is from 2023, and that's AC versus Metro School District of Martinsville. And in that case, the facts were that a student's parent contacted the school to request that the child be permitted to use the boys' bathroom in accordance with the student's gender identity. The school refused and stated that the student could use the girls' bathroom or a gender-neutral bathroom in the school's health room. The school also offered to accommodate the student by allowing the student to attend school either online or by not penalizing the student if the student were late in coming to class because the student was using a restroom that was further down the way. The student did not accept those accommodations, stating that they would essentially out the student as a transgender student. The student sued the school district, and it went all the way up after prevailing at the federal district court, and it ran up to the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals. And the Seventh Circuit stated that it, quote, had no trouble concluding that discrimination against transgender persons is sex discrimination for Title IX purposes. And based on the likelihood of success on the merits, the court affirmed the lower court's decision, granted the injunction. So that's another district then that paid those attorney's fees, and the damages awards are followed. The most recent case we have is out of 2025, and that's DP versus McQuanago Area School District. That case involved an 11-year-old transgender student's challenge to a district policy that required the use of boys' bathroom and locker room or a gender-neutral alternative. The student alleged that the policy violated her rights under Title IX and the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. In third grade, the student was enrolled in another district, and things were going fine. But eventually, teachers and administrators, they supported the student, but then parents started to form a group called the McQuanago Parents for Normal Education and wrote posts claiming that the student was dangerous. The school board ultimately met and decided to change its policies and to prohibit the student from using bathrooms based on gender identity, and essentially said that the student could use a gender-neutral bathroom. The issue went back up to the court again, whether a school district policy requiring students to use the bathroom corresponding to their sex at birth violates the Equal Protection Clause in Title IX, and once again, the Seventh Circuit said it did violate the law. The court refused to reconsider its earlier ruling, despite requests from the school district to do so. Now, this case is interesting because we've had a unique development. Shortly after that case was decided, the U.S. Supreme Court decided a well-known case called United States versus Scrimeti. And the Scrimeti case is the case that dealt with whether a Tennessee statute prohibiting healthcare providers from administering puberty blockers or hormones to minors to treat gender dysphoria, gender identity dysphoria, or other gender incongruence violated the Equal Protection Clause. And to the surprise of many, based on other cases the U.S. Supreme Court had issued, the U.S. Supreme Court said that the law did not classify individuals based on transgender status, but only classified them based on age as minors for medical use. And ultimately, what happens here is based on that U.S. Supreme Court case, there's now a question about whether transgender individuals have an equal protection claim under the U.S. Constitution. And so after that case was issued, then the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals decided to vacate its earlier decision and rehear the matter, ask the parties to rebrief it and say, hey, does the U.S. Supreme Court's case change anything such that our decisions might change? And I want you to know it's possible that the Seventh Circuit could change course here and could issue a contrary decision. And if they do, I'm going to stand here and tell you the law was different at that point in time. However, as of this date, they haven't done that. And so we're just in a spot of speculating as to what the court may or may not do. So right now, again, we're kind of still under the we are still under the previous decisions that the court issued, stating that students have the right to use, transgender students have the right to use restrooms and locker room facilities in accordance with their gender identity. These cases are binding in Minnesota. As a result of these cases, the vast majority of, Wisconsin, thank you. Yes. The vast majority of the school, appreciate that clarification. The vast majority of the school districts in Wisconsin follow the law. All but 3, to our knowledge, that those cases evolved from. But they followed the law, and they didn't necessarily go out and adopt policies. But what they decided to do is to say, just like we have thousands of other cases on the books, thousands of other statutes on the books, we're just going to act in accordance with those and afford transgender students the rights that they have in our jurisdictions. Most districts don't adopt policies, as I mentioned. One of the reasons, in addition to what I said, is that the law is still evolving. And so we want to be able to make sure we have flexibility. But also, most districts have found that it is most productive to work individually with families of transgender students. in order to try to work through solutions that make the most sense for everybody. And that's what the case has been in this district as well. One of the common questions that we get is, can any student then, can any male student just walk into a locker room, a girls' locker room, and use the girls' locker room? And the answer is no. All districts employ measures to ensure that there's a genuine need to use a restroom based on gender identity. And students who use another sex restroom without a gender need are subject to discipline as a result of doing that. Again, there seems to be this impression that, this is my view of the world, and it's not. It's your federal circuit court's view of the world, and that's the reality.
Why don't you tell Whitaker decides it's not to appeal?
You're on order, Mr. We will be forced to take a recess.
That's what you like to do. Let them talk for an hour and babble. We'll get to the bottom of it. Yeah, sure.
So one of the other common questions that we receive is, well, why not, just stand up and say, we disagree with this. We have a lot of members of the community who disagree. Why not just say, we're going to take your position and, not follow the law as it's articulated by your federal courts. And frankly, school districts are just not good vehicles for legal change. You don't have a vote. You can't change what the law says. All you can do is violate the law and then be sued. And when you violate the law, again, you're paying out funds that would otherwise go to the classroom. And who benefits from that? The plaintiff and the plaintiff's lawyers. So there is not value in doing that. School boards do not have the legal right to just simply ignore the law. There are also other issues that arise when school boards decide to willfully violate the law. One is that your insurance company can quickly say, you know what, we're not going to defend you in this. We don't have to. You made a willful choice to violate the law. The other is that school board members can be personally liable when they willfully, intentionally violate the law. So that certainly is a concern. This is not an issue that's addressed at the local level. It's an issue that should be addressed to the legislature. And, the analogy I would offer you is that if I don't like the speed limit on my road, and I don't, right? If I don't like the speed limit on my road, and I go out and I yell all day long at the oak tree in my yard, I swear at it, I raise my voice at it, I call it all kinds of names, none of that is going to result in any change in the law. Because that tree has no power to change the law. And nobody here has any authority on the board to change that. And that's the simple reality of what we look at.
Why are there other school districts in the state of Wisconsin that
You're on order, concerned about.
Obviously, it can be done. It's a choice.
Other districts that have done this in the state of Wisconsin have been sued. And there's a law that says, hang on, the law that says this is the law that says this is Title IX as interpreted by the courts, not as interpreted by me. So that's
You're out of order, please let him finish. In the fairness of everyone, please let him finish.
What happened to the
So the next area to cover are executive orders. We're going to get a lot of questions about executive orders, so I want to spend some time addressing these. And first of all, talking about what is an executive order and to whom do they apply. An executive order is a directive from the president of the United States to the executive branch. It applies to agencies and employees in the executive branch. It does not apply to states or to local governments. Executive orders may interpret law, but they may not create new law. They cannot legally remove funding that's already been appropriated, including funding for school districts. And executive orders do not override state law or state constitution. But most significantly in your jurisdiction, executive orders are subordinate to federal court rulings. And to the extent that one is contrary to the federal court's ruling, it would be, again, the federal court ruling that controls. Now, regardless of political affiliations, I would hope that we all respect the office of the president and all recognize the historical importance and value of executive orders. And similarly, I would hope that we all respect the judiciary branch and judicial branch and the authority that it has in terms of reviewing executive orders and statutes and law. There are two main executive orders that I want to mention to you. The first one is the January 20, 2025 one, defending women from gender ideology and restoring truth of the federal government. And that order directed all federal agencies and departments in the executive branch, including the Department of Education, to enforce all sex protective laws to promote their reality, and I'm quoting, that there are two sexes, male and female, and that these sexes are not changeable and are grounded in fundamental. The second executive order dated February 5, 2025 is titled No Men in Women's Sports. And that order stated that the policy of the federal government to rescind all funds from educational programs that deprive women and girls of fair athletic opportunities. I also want to mention that there was also
You're on
so that, and I will get to this if you allow me an opportunity. So the Department of Education was ordered by the president to enforce Title IX consistent with this order. But that has limited teeth for two reasons. One, the Department of Education cannot pull back funds that have already been appropriated by Congress. And two, a federal district court issued a nationwide injunction ruling that President Trump's January 20, 2025 executive order was unconstitutional and could not take effect. There have also been a number of other cases addressing the No Men in Women's Sports order. The Trump executive orders, the President Trump executive orders, also conflict with the Seventh Circuit's interpretation of Title IX. And unless until we have a change from the Seventh Circuit, we're bound by the Seventh Circuit's interpretation. And so they don't change the state of law in Wisconsin. That could change, as I said. The Seventh Circuit is reevaluating things. I want to talk briefly about the Wisconsin state law as well. We have a definition of discrimination. I'm not going to sit here and read it for you, but next slide in terms of Wisconsin state law. I want to just touch base real quick. There's an Attorney General opinion, a federal Attorney General opinion, does not have the force of law, and just kind of really reiterating the views that were espoused in the executive orders. The Wisconsin law, I did it again, I apologize. Wisconsin law defines discrimination, and it's not clear that it covers gender identity, but it clearly covers sexual orientation. At one time, it was interpreted by the Department of Public Instruction to cover gender identity. There are a couple of proposed laws in Wisconsin. Do we have those up there? And one more. Yeah, so there are some proposed laws in Wisconsin that would change the legal landscape significantly. The bills are Senate Bill 117 and Assembly Bill 100. And these bills would prohibit students whose sex assigned at birth is male from participating in female athletics. Also, students whose sex assigned at birth is male would also be prohibited from using female locker rooms subject to federal determination. Those bills have not yet passed or been signed into law, but if they are, again, I'll be the first one to come here and tell you the law is different than it is today. Next slide, if you could. I want to talk for a minute about privacy rights and communication. And one of the common questions that we hear is, why can't we just tell people that a transgender student is using a bathroom? Why can't we let parents know that? And we can't do that because it would violate federal and state law. The Federal Family Educational Rights Privacy Act prohibits or protects student privacy and says that records, including things like transgender status, are confidential as a matter of law. The Wisconsin Pupil Records Law also provides that information like transgender status is confidential under the law. That information can only be shared with school officials who have a legitimate need to know the information. And so you probably notice, even as board members, you don't receive information about individual students, nor would that be appropriate, because there's no need to know for that, there's no legitimate educational interest or need to know the information, and you will perform your duties as a board member. So, what this means for school districts is that they're prohibited from disclosing information about transgender status or about transgender students using restrooms. And sometimes people say, well, why can't you just say some student is without identifying the student? And the problem is that the educational community is a relatively small community, and students know, and that information quickly circulates. And if you can link the information back to an individual student, that will also violate the law. So that particular information cannot be disclosed. So let's talk about some common questions and where we go from here. Now, one of the common questions, additional common questions I get is, districts can inform parents that their child has COVID, or that a child in school has COVID, and why can't we inform them that a transgender student is using the restroom? Again, when we're informing a parent that their own child has COVID, that's data on their own child, not data on somebody else. When we inform a parent that, so let's talk about lice. If we get a situation where a student has lice, we don't call parents and say, hey, Bobby Jones has lice, if that's not your student, right? Nobody's going to do that. We don't disclose data on other students. By law, we're obligated to protect the confidentiality of data on all students. Also, we do have concerns in this area about targeting and harassment, and we need to be careful with that, because harassment is prohibited by policy and law, and it can also give rise to legal actions. Another question that I've received is, what if we allow an 18-year-old student in the bathroom? Could that student then be charged with unlawful exposure to a female student? And first of all, my response is you shouldn't be exposing yourself to anybody in the bathroom. You should be And if the 18-year-old is exposing himself or herself to anyone in the bathroom, they should be more concerned about unlawful exposure to a minor. Another question that we often receive is, what about privacy lawsuits? Don't the girls who are using these bathrooms, if a biologically male transgender student is using the bathroom, doesn't that violate their privacy rights? And it would seem, from a common sense standpoint, that might be the case. But the courts have said that there is no fundamental right. And every single privacy lawsuit that's been brought, and there have been many of them around the country, has failed. So that is not, has not been not an interpretation of the court says case dismissed. Those lawsuits have failed. Why not be a test case? Why not be a test case is one of the other questions. We can change the law if with a test case. Rarely does that ever work, first of all. Second of all, being the test case just means you're gonna pay all the money, particularly if you lose. And even if you win, you're gonna pay all the money. But being the test case, there's no value in that for a school district. You're just diverting funds again from the classroom and you are choosing a situation where your insurance company is gonna say, we're not gonna defend you, and you're putting yourself out there to say to somebody, hey, try to hold us personally liable, because we're gonna willfully choose to deviate from the law. So, one of the questions that I want to answer to is, where do you go from here? You know, right now, your policies are in compliance with the law. I would continue to follow the law, continue to monitor for changes. There are a number of potential changes on the horizon. I mentioned one with your Seventh Circuit that is re-examining its prior decisions. We all know that the U.S. Supreme Court right now is looking at the rights of boys and men to participate in sports and women's sports. In that case, we'll have a pivotal outcome, I believe, in Wisconsin and in a lot of other states as well. So we certainly can wait. It's not going to be long before we get decisions in both of those areas. And the other thing you can do is you can just say, we're just going to change the law and hope, or we're going to change our policies and hope that the law changes. But that's speculation, putting yourself at risk for no reason. Again, it's just a matter of waiting. It's a matter of waiting to see where the law comes out. Again, when I say no reason, I'm saying we comply with the law as the courts have articulated it to us today. So at this time, I'm happy to take board member questions, and now is the time for that.
Just a reminder again of the rules, and then again, any board member that has a question regarding the presentation, to address the presenter, just is able to speak once they're recognized. And we'll make sure that we can even this out for everybody. Ben, the first one.
Does 34 CFR 106.33 permit sex-separated bathrooms and locker rooms? Yes or no?
The statute on its face does, but the courts have said that the right, the answer is, first of all, it's stop. Wait a minute, we are not going to play this game. We are not going to play this game. We're not going to answer that question. If you have a question, then the answer. If you have a question, then the answer. The federal regulation does state what you said it states, but the courts have said that sex also includes gender identity, and the courts have specifically ruled. And this is not the law for you, this is the law for your Seventh Circuit. So I'm finished in my answer. I'm happy to entertain another question.
I can finish now? Thank you. If it permits separation, then this isn't a Title IX requirement. This is a choice in your interpretation. Is this a question?
If you want to be heard, that's great, but we need to encourage everyone to allow him to ask the question and interrupt. If you want him to ask the question,
you said Whitaker leaves us with no choice in Wisconsin. Are you saying Whitaker requires every district and every building and every age to open girls' spaces based on gender identity regardless of alternatives? Yes or no?
Yes, Whitaker and the two cases that follow that covered today, yes.
For 9-year-olds, why can't they have a separate bathroom?
That issue has been specifically addressed by the Seventh Circuit in terms of whether gender neutral bathrooms would be sufficient. And the Seventh Circuit said it is not sufficient.
And Whitaker has just declined their appeal, and the court is talking about overthrowing it right now, so.
So I have more questions. Because a party decides not to appeal further, it doesn't change the law that's on the books. Whitaker is on the books currently. And the Seventh Circuit, as I said repeatedly here today, in light of Scrimeti, is reconsidering its previous decisions. And if it changes those decisions, I'll be the first one to say the law has been changed. But right now, the law is still
Doesn't make it right.
excuse me, right now, the law is still in the books.
We don't, I'm ready for the next question and more. So,
I want fairly, on behalf of all board members, an opportunity to ask questions, so we'll give everybody else.
No, we want that to talk.
Questions?
You gotta let that talk, let that talk, hear that.
Any questions?
Two questions for you. Tell us about the schools that, I don't know how many schools you said there was that are not recognizing this as law right now. And secondly, I had several people ask me about if this could ever be on a referendum, this type of question.
I'm gonna address the second one first. A referendum wouldn't make any difference, a local referendum, because it's gotta be changed either through your state legislature or it's a state level referendum. And even then, it would be subordinate to federal law. And, you know, I think that there's some movement potentially in Congress. But I think the Supreme Court's decision in the case dealing with athletics is going to be really pivotal, in moving forward. The only, to my knowledge, the only Wisconsin districts that had chose not to follow the law were the ones that were sued in cases that I talked about. I'm not aware of another one, perhaps there's one out there, but I'm not aware of another district that's knowingly violating the law. And one of the reasons why this is an area where we don't see a lot of districts violate the law is because right now, the law is clear in our circuit. Again, it's subject to change quickly if that Seventh Circuit flips its decision. But right now, you know, it's been tried 3 times, and 3 times districts have lost and paid out significant funds. And if you're an insurance company, you're saying, you don't get to use our money to play a game when the courts 3 times said the law is X.
Prices on our girls' heads again.
Did that answer your question sufficiently? Thank you.
What about the taxpayer? That's our money.
Wasn't you thinking about
Has any Wisconsin district lost federal funding for maintaining sex-separated bathrooms consistent with 106.33? And if so, name one.
To my knowledge, no district across the country has lost federal funding for any reason. There have been numerous threats back and forth from one administration to another to remove federal funding, but to my knowledge, it's never happened.
Thank you. Next question, why is the burden placed on girls to walk farther, wait longer, be late, request special passes while the policy removes their privacy? That's not an accommodation, that's displacement.
I'm not sure as to why you would ask that question to me. And I'm writing a law. I'm not writing a law, and I'm not saying I'm not writing a law, and I'm not giving my opinion on the law. I'm simply telling you what the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals has said 3 separate times.
Well, I spent the last week with other lawyers arguing the opposite, so they've seen that it's your interpretation.
Correct.
Other questions?
Will you consider a policy to keep sex-separated spaces and offer single-use or private options to any student requesting extra privacy?
That is not my role to consider policies.
Would you advise the board?
Again, I would not advise the board to take any action that would violate the law. I cannot advise the board to do that.
Sounds like you're the decision.
As you can clearly hear, not everyone agrees that they are. That is- So you said, no, then this isn't about inclusion, it's about ideology because a reasonable accommodation does exist.
Is this a question? This is a Q&A.
Same topic.
It's not an ideology, it's a court case decision. It's not my decision, it's not my ruling, it's your Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals ruling, 3 times over.
So you agree then that 106.33 permits sex separated bathrooms and locker rooms, yes?
I've answered that question, yes.
Okay. And you agree Whitaker is not a one-line mandate for every scenario regardless of facts and alternatives? Yes.
Whitaker and its progeny, meaning the 2 cases that followed it, clearly state that transgender students have a right under Title IX and then under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to use facilities based upon their gender identity, and that it is insufficient to require transgender students to use a gender-neutral bathroom.
So that's a yes.
I answered the question, sir.
Do you agree there are legal, safety, and privacy risks on both sides? Both sides have issues they can say. It's really worried about people too.
No, in terms of, because every privacy lawsuit to date has been dismissed, has been unsuccessful, so that risk is exceedingly low. The vast majority of the cases brought by transgender students were not allowing them to use restrooms or locker rooms based on gender identity. The vast majority of those cases, the courts have ruled in favor of the transgender student, so that risk is currently high. If the Seventh Circuit vacates and issues a decision abrogating and overruling its prior precedent, then you'll be on solid ground to do that. And again, I believe you'll have that decision one way or another within relatively short order.
But you're referring to actually winning the case, whether we win or lose. If we go to court, we've already lost because it's going to cost the district money. And there's hundreds of parents that may sue, and only a handful of families on the other side that might sue if you don't. So statistically, it doesn't make sense to me. It seems like we're putting the district at risk. You don't see it that way?
No, I don't, because the reality is, though, whether you're going to win or lose a lawsuit, that's what I'm here to give you an assessment of. And right now, as the law currently stands, you will lose a lawsuit if you deny a transgender student the right to use facilities based on gender identity. Right now, as the law currently stands, you will prevail in a lawsuit if families bring a claim saying that it violates privacy rights in the bathroom. So that's where the law is right now. Can that change, as I've said several times? Absolutely it could.
You know, you can kill a person once.
You're out of order.
I'm not sure whether that comment is intended to be a threat or not. I'm not sure.
They're allowed to be upset.
What
states for those lawsuits for transgenders? What are they?
This is not Q&A.
Oh.
There are no more questions from the board.
What state?
What states for the transgender lawsuits at?
Wisconsin and Indiana are 2 in our circuit. Across the country, the vast majority of all states.
All right, and my final question. Can you please tell me or cite the exact controlling authority that requires our district to allow opposite sex access to girls' bathrooms, locker rooms? What statute, regulation, or binding court order?
There are 3 binding court decisions: Whitaker versus Kenosha, AC versus Metro School District of Martinsville, and DP versus McQuantico, although that is currently vacated and pending review. So I will tell you right now, there are 2 decisions on the books that currently require them. And those federal court decisions are as binding as any statute.
Can you elaborate on Whitaker? Because they dropped their appeal and the court is talking, they're advising to overturn it. So have you read anything about that?
When a party drops an appeal, That doesn't change the decision that's on the books. That decision is binding precedent on everybody in your state, in all school districts. And so there's no change in the law right now. The Seventh Circuit is indeed looking at its prior decisions. But right now, that does not mean it's going to change its prior decisions.
No, but
it is just under a mandate to do so. No, not necessarily. It's under a mandate to do so based on the Scaretti case. It might, in fact, make that change. It might say, hey, we were wrong. In which case, then your audience here, finally, sounds like they're going to be happy. But right now, that's not the law. Right now, the law is what was stated in Whitaker and in AC.
Then how come Watertown, Wisconsin can separate the sexes and not get sued?
There you go.
I don't know if Watertown is that, and maybe it's just a matter of time before they get that lawsuit.
And they're not the only one, there's several. I've identified 4 in the state that don't do have that policy and outright ban it. So how are they allowed to do it if we can't?
I don't know whether that's accurate. Even if I'm to assume, for the sake of argument, that it's accurate, it may be just a matter of rolling the dice to see when the lawsuit develops.
Roll the dice.
Roll the dice.
Let's, no more questions? Go ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. Rosberger. Thank you. Next, our presenter is Kathy Rogers, Director of Student Services, to talk about the history of school district and the Richmond Title IX adoptions.
She's not a board member. Why does she need to speak? Why do you speak? Why can't Tom Tiffany speak? Yeah. Not a president.
Thank you, Kathy. Go ahead.
I'm here to provide a very brief history of Title IX adoptions in the school district of New Richmond. Title IX, as we just covered, is a federal law that protects students from discrimination based on sex. Our district has a strong history of following Title IX and making sure that staff are trained. Federal rules for Title IX were updated in 2020 and again in 2024. The district follows current federal law, board policies, and guidance from legal experts to make sure that we stay compliant. Our current framework, in August of 2020, Title IX regulations became effective under the Trump administration. Staff members were trained in accordance with the law. These 2020 rules are still the ones that we follow today. The district has not received any formal Title IX complaints since this adoption. The federal government introduced the 2024 Title IX updates in the summer of 2024. Key changes, as I presented to the board back in August of 2024, were the following: a faster, simpler investigative process, allowing staff to hold multiple roles, so you could be a coordinator and you also could investigate. IEP meeting and notification requirements if a student with a disability was involved in an allegation. Expanded protections for pregnancy, and expanded definition of sex and protections to include transgender students. Information was also provided to the board that adopting the 2024 updates would not create new protections for transgender students as they already existed in Wisconsin, according to the Seventh Circuit Court. In 2024, the Title IV revisions were presented to the board. After discussion, the board chose to not adopt the 2024 updates. The motion to adopt the 2024 revisions was tabled on August 14th, 2024. Motion made by Brett Gardner, seconded by Ben Engelhardt, to table the discussion, and that motion was carried. Since then, there was no adoption of the 2024 revision. The district continued to use the 2020 version of Title IX. The 2024 revisions were then overturned by courts, and nationally, the 2020 version stands. As a result, 2020 Title IX rules remain in effect. Staff training in the Richmond School District has continued under the 2020 rules, and they all continue to be valid and current. Our policies that guide non-discrimination, such as policy 2266, was adopted on September 21st, 2020, revised and readopted on October 24th, 2022, in accordance with Title IX, 2020. Policy 2260 was adopted on September 18th, 2023, in its latest version. Wisconsin Statute 118.13 prohibits discrimination based on protected class. District practices regarding transgender students have not changed. Administration follows board policy and legal guidance. There are questions from the board?
Engelbert, you say you're following 2020 Title IX, but 2020 Title IX has provisions for sex segregated spaces. The lawyer just confirmed that there is, so.
As I stated, when we talked about the 2024 revision, state law was already in place that provided those protections in the Seventh Circuit Court.
So you're following the Seventh Circuit Court, not the Title IX?
We are following Title IX as written by federal law. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Any board members, need a quick recess? We're just looking to the members. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll reconvene then.
Hello, everyone. That was the opening of the New Richmond School Board meeting. It's much longer. That you just heard from primarily the lawyer, the legal counsel that has been used by the New Richmond School Board for quite some time. I'm not going to go into a lot of critique because at the end of this school board meeting, I have an interview with Evita Duffy Alfonso, where for an hour we dive into a lot of the, let's just say, untruths that are talked about here. So let's go straight into, we're going to bring up, now this is the public comment period. It is the longest. This is going to be the longer period, and pretty exciting because for me it was wonderful to see so many residents, so many kids come out and talk and stand up and fight back. So I'm just right now pulling up that portion. Sorry for the delay getting this up. So this is the public comment. Now, prior to the school board meeting, they were only going to allow for 1 hour of public comment. But as you can see in the video, there were so many residents there that Ben, who is pretty much the to me the only board member on Team Sanity, he put forth a motion to extend public comment by an hour, and it was extended, although it took a little bit of time for someone to second his motion. Way too much time, considering that so many citizens, taxpaying citizens, came out. They came out to talk, and they had every right to speak, and it was pretty much a no-brainer to say, like, yeah, we're going to let you all talk since that's what you came out here to do, to voice your opinion. So screen, right? this is now the public comment section. This is the longer period. It's very lively. You'll rarely see something like this in Wisconsin and pretty much across the country. It's a very unique moment in time, and I think it reflects what is happening all over the country in red areas. Don't think that it can't happen to you. Don't think that there isn't some language somewhere in some policy where in 2021, when you weren't paying attention, they slipped in the term gender identity in their non-discrimination policy. And what do you know? There's a boy that says, hey, I feel pretty today, I'm a girl, and he's in your daughter's bathroom and making her feel uncomfortable. And she's told, go use the one of 4 single stalls. FYI, they're closed. You're going to have to go to the office. You're going to have to get a pass, and you're going to have to then go to that stall. You're going to hear more about that because I have another interview with the first young lady that you're going to hear speak. Her name is Ella. She did a magnificent job speaking. She's just a kid. She's just 16 years old. She was the first to speak in this large crowd. So we're going to take a listen to her and all of the other residents that spoke. Without further ado, let's do it.
I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm just going to summarize again. Public comment, again, the purpose of public comment period is to give our community an opportunity to provide input directly to the school board about issues, of course, the issues regarding pupil non-discrimination and district facility use, and to give direct input to the school board. Also, to fulfill this purpose, comments must be directed to the school board. Public comment is not a time for citizens to speak to the community or to the audience. Written request to speak, individuals who wanted to speak during this comment session, you were to register your intentions at the beginning of the meeting upon arriving, and those permitted to speak will be limited to, as you know, district residents with preference.
I wanted to mention real quick, if you see all of these front rows empty, it's because they were blocked off. They were not permitted to sit there.
Staff, students, and parents. Speakers must be recognized. I will be calling speakers to the microphone. I'll be stacking it so we can speed this up, and we'll be naming the person that's going to be up. The second one will be on deck, and we'll keep alternating so that we aren't spending time having people running up and down the aisle and wasting time. Again, you'll be recognized by me at that time and when you're ready to speak. The time limits, as were set out in the special meeting, was that this should be held for 60 minutes total. The time limit is necessary, again, in order for the school board, so we are able to conduct business during the meeting in an orderly, efficient, and timely manner. Each speaker is permitted to speak for up to 3 minutes in total. You'll be given a 30-second warning, and then when the 3 minutes is up. One speaker may not give your time to another speaker, and any person who does not get a chance to speak is encouraged to submit written comments to the school board following this meeting. Cumulative presentations, we just encourage you to avoid repeating comments that other speakers have made. It's not helpful, and it deprives other individuals the opportunity to speak. We only have so much time, and it looks to be there's more people listed than we have time for. General rules, as a reminder, speakers may not engage in the following conduct, may be ruled out of order to speak during public comment. These rules, speakers may not discuss or disclose any private educational data on any current or former student. The only exception is that a parent who is speaking may choose to disclose or discuss private educational data on his or her own child. Speakers may not make allegations, charges, or complaints against any specific or identifiable student or employee. If a person wishes to make an allegation or file a charge or complaint against a student or employee, they should make that allegation, charge, or complaint to the superintendent in writing or in a private meeting, or another individual designated in district policy to receive the complaint. Speakers may not make personal attacks against others. including but not limited to any student, parent, community member, employee, or school board member. Speakers may not make comments that are defamatory or that would violate federal or state law, including laws protecting the privacy and rights of an individual. Members of the public may not engage in conduct that disrupts any part of the school board meeting or that otherwise impedes the school board's ability to conduct its business in an orderly and efficient manner. Speakers may not make comments or gestures that are threatening, profane, lewd, vulgar, obscene, harassing, or abusive. So with that, I have Ella.
Mr. President,
Yes.
point of order, I'm seeking to recognize and make a motion. What is your motion? I'd like to extend the talking time.
So that is a motion to extend the public comment time to a second.
By an hour.
We have a motion. We have a motion. We have a motion and a second to extend the comment period by 1 extra hour, which is going to be 2 hours total. Any other discussion? None heard, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Let's have a motion for our state representative to speak.
The first speaker is Ella. If you take the closest microphone, and Ella is one of our students. And next person on deck is Jessica Turner, if she wants to talk on this mic. And I'm going to go ahead and list the next two so we get, next one will be Gabby. And the next individual will be Roxanne Dorsett. So we should have two on deck on each side, or two on each side. There you go. All right, Ella.
Hello, my name is Ella Fry, and I'm a junior at Richmond High School. I was really nervous to stand here tonight. I never thought I'd have to speak at a school board meeting about something like this. I'm here because I'm scared and I don't know what else to do. When I first found out that biological boy was using the girls' bathroom, I felt uncomfortable, then I felt anxious, and then embarrassed. And now I want to just do with you. That fear is so strong that most days I don't use the bathroom at school anymore. I hold it in all day until I get home. I know that's not healthy. I know it can cause problems like infections, and that scares me too. But I feel like I have no other choice. The office did tell me I could ask for a single stall bathroom pass, but even that is really stressful. I feel nervous walking into the office and asking for it. I feel worried and that people are judging or even causing problems. It makes me feel singled out and embarrassed just for wanting privacy. There are also things girls go this way that boys can't. There are certain times in the month when girls genuinely need to use the bathroom more than often. That is just a part of being female. How do you manage that while also worrying about a boy being in the bathroom? It's humiliating and stressful in a way that is really hard to explain unless you are a girl. I'm 16, I'm a junior, I'm older, and this is still really overwhelming for me. I keep thinking about the freshman girls in the other classroom, and I talk to younger girls who are terrified to use the bathroom. Some of them are even being bullied or made fun of because they feel uncomfortable. That is not fair, and it really hurts to see the school not stepping in to stop that. This is also difficult for me because of my faith. I believe God created man and woman differently and intentionally. I can't ignore that. I'm too feeling my beliefs don't matter. I'm also an athlete. I love sports. I work really hard. And I worry about what these policies could mean for girls' sports safety in the future. But honestly, the biggest thing I want to say tonight is this. Girls should not have to stand in front of the adults and beg to feel safe at school. That should always be guaranteed. Not to put us in situations where we feel scared and embarrassed to or I'm asking you, please listen to the girls in this district. Please protect our privacy, our safety, and our dignity, because right now, a lot of us feel like we're being forgotten. Thank you.
Who's being addressed now?
I don't know, can you hear me? My name is Jessica Turner. I'm a student in the high school. I actually have 6 students throughout the district. I think it's safe to say that we, the parents of the children in the New Richmond School District, are here today our repeated concerns have been ignored, and families are losing trust in the board's leadership. We have showed up to meetings, written emails, and have asked questions, and we have been met with silence, deflection, and policy language instead of leadership. Tonight, I am here to speak for the girls in our high school and for all of our daughters who are paying attention to what the adults in the room choose to protect. This is not about hate, this is not about bullying, this is about boundaries, privacy, and dignity. Girls deserve spaces that are reserved for girls. Those spaces exist for a reason. Teenage girls are vulnerable. They are navigating puberty, body image, and social pressure. The answer to their discomfort never should be, you need to move or you need to adjust. My daughter had the courage to say that she was uncomfortable while using the girls' bathroom with a boy in there. That's a bravery that should have been respected. Instead, she was told that if she felt uncomfortable, she should use a single-stall bathroom. Why is this burden placed on our girls who are simply trying to use the space that has always been designed for them? Why are we teaching girls that when they express discomfort, they are the ones who need to move, adjust, or make themselves smaller? If a student needs accommodations, that is exactly what private single-stall restrooms are for. Those spaces exist to provide privacy and dignity for anyone who needs them. But by telling girls, your discomfort is convenient, so you need to move, is the wrong message. We should be teaching our children that it is okay to speak up, that their boundaries matter, that they will not be punished for being honest and uncomfortable. Right now, the message being sent is the opposite. Be quiet, adapt, and carry the emotional burden so adults have to make the hard decision. That's not okay with me. Not as a parent, not as a woman, and not as someone raising daughters. Who deserve to feel safe without having to apologize for it. Leadership is about drawing lines when it's uncomfortable. Leadership is about standing up to the most vulnerable students in care. That includes teenage girls. Deal with this now so our daughters don't have to in 20 years.
If you would please, I have Roxanne Burstead. On deck is Gabby and Chad Schwenke, and Carrie Hill. Those are the next 3 people on deck. Roxanne?
I stand here asking, who decided this was okay? Who is responsible for allowing a male-born student in the ladies' restroom and locker room? As a community, we need to fix this. How do we build trust and respect when trust was abused? No notification or input was sought from parents. how it has been misused in our world, our state, our county, our community, our schools. It is time for true leaders to stand for moral values. When you have a force trying to turn creation against the creator through gender, economy, science, faith, fake news, you get division. And here we are, divided, asking for standing. Today's overreaching wokeism must stop. You have a single stall bathroom option here. However, the way it is being implemented at our schools supports child grooming. And it started with destroying the family unit. I do not consent to the New World Order. My heart goes out to the gay, lesbian, trans of today. Nobody has ever been born in the wrong body. And wonderfully made. God created male and female. It is man. It is man who harms God's children. Your government, your healthcare system, your pharmaceutical systems, your toxic food system, television, and many elements of society, which includes education, that is pushing grooming of children and choose who you want to be. Google says you can pick from 72 genders. Who embraces this garbage? Unfortunately, messing with DNA in our world is real. And these are crimes against humanity that will not go unpunished. Satan's rainbow is 6 colors. God's rainbow is 7. You are a role model for our children. I call on the school board and administration to find common ground for moral values. To the school corporate council and those defending ideology, extremism, depriving women of their dignity, safety, and well-being, it has no place in God's republic or our state.
The only in the chat, you have that word.
Hi everyone, my name is Gabby, and I just want to let everyone know that I am a woman at Richmond High School who uses the women's bathroom, and I ask that you hear my perspective. As a woman, I am not afraid to use the bathroom with someone who is transgender. While fear around violence in bathrooms is totally valid, potential worries about what could happen in the bathroom are misplaced. Trans people are not scary or pedophiles. They are our community members. And in this case, a child who, like anyone else, just wants to use the bathroom. Thank you.
Carrie Bill. And next on deck is going to be Carter. Over here. Carter here, Carrie here. Carrie here.
First, is this okay? Yeah. All right. Thanks very much. First of all, I want to thank the board for having this opportunity for everybody to be heard. I think it shows a lot of patience and courtesy, and it's a pretty tough environment. I just have some observation that board members are chosen typically in nonpartisan races, and most of them continue on that nonpartisanship, but they all have to follow state and local law. And I was really happy to hear the information about what the dangers of potential lawsuits could do to the financial footing of the district. I'm assuming, I want everybody to think about the big picture regarding the school district of Richmond. We have excellent facilities and programs. Our boards have done a good job managing the budget despite years of state funding not keeping pace with inflation. I'm assuming that everyone here, including the school board, wants what's best for students. That won't happen if the conversation continues to mirror angry, hateful, and threatening conversation that's been going on social media. I've attended a lot of school board and other public meetings over the years. The best solutions never come from increasing the volume or resorting to personal attacks. I spent 32 years teaching young people in Avery and Richmond. The students I knew were resilient and placed a high value on fairness. If we cooperate to find the best possible resolution to the current issue, they will accept it, move forward, and continue a normal school year. Isn't that what we all should want?
Next we go Carter, then we have Brittany, and we're writing McKenna. McMahon, maybe? Go ahead, Carter.
Hi, my name is Carter, and I'm a senior at Richmond High School. I ask that as each of you are contemplating different views tonight, please recall that the core of this issue is school policy and transparency, not transgender validity. In the past week, many LGBTQ students and transgender students especially felt more isolated and targeted than ever, with hate spreading across social media and school grounds, framing the identities of teenagers discovering who they are as a threat to safety. There is already extensive evidence of how our transgender friends and family are facing barriers, exclusion, and stigmatization in everyday life, and some people here are choosing to intensify this. Please remember that we all value safety, respect, and a supportive school environment. Thank you.
All right, Tom Wolf. And next on deck, will be Josie. Student, Joseph.
Yeah, my name is Tom Wolf. I'm a 33-year resident of the Richmond School District. I've had 4 kids and 4 grandkids that have graduated from the Richmond School District. So I had pre-written some notes here. I think some of this may be covered even by the attorney and whatnot, but I'm going to follow my plan. In 1972, President Richard Nixon signed Title IX into law. There's no doubt he knew what Title IX was today. He would have never signed it in 1972. There's no mention about transgender individuals or gender identity, probably because it didn't exist back then. Actually, I was a sophomore in high school in 1972, and I don't recall anything even remotely close to that. Title IX was passed to prohibit discrimination on the basis of sex in programs receiving federal funding focusing on ensuring equal opportunity for women and girls. Since then, it has been gutted by greedy attorneys, woke politicians, and incompetent doctors and therapists. It no longer protects women and girls. Today, it actually discriminates against them. It is completely. Last year, the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights funded the Denver Public School District in violation of Title IX for converting a girls' restroom to an all-gender facility by allowing males into the facility. They now are in jeopardy of losing tens of millions of dollars in federal funding. The only reason they haven't is because that money was already allocated. But next year it could be different. Last week in New York, a 22-year-old woman won a $2 million lawsuit against her doctors and therapists. She sued them for medical malpractice after they cut off her breast when she was 16, after telling her she could become a boy. She won the first ever lawsuit against the doctors who did this to her. I think that's going to open a whole can of worms. Another young lady who is now 21 years old is suing her doctors and therapists. She said, quote, "We were lied to by doctors, nurses, and therapists when we were vulnerable and confused children. They did irreversible harm to our bodies and our minds, making a mockery of the medical profession. They should be held accountable for sacrificing us in service to radical transgender ideology. I will probably never stop needing physical and mental health because of what they have done to me." Unquote. I had a couple more paragraphs, but I just.
You have 30 seconds, you have 30 seconds.
The interpretation of sex under Title IX is still being contested by left-wing groups. Under the Trump administration, several court rulings and executive actions have attempted to restore sanity to Title IX by limiting the interpretation to biological sex as it was originally intended. So, does our Board of Education want to uphold a totally broken and gutted law with the threat of losing millions of dollars in federal funding? Or do you want to stand up for what's right for our kids in our schools?
We have Josie next, we have Sarah Shore, I believe it is, on deck, as well as Heather Berman. Josie.
Good evening. My name is Josie White, and I'm a sophomore at Richmond High School. I'm the oldest of 4 girls in my family, and I'm also an athlete. And I'm here today to share my concern as a student, an athlete, and an older sister. The thought of a biological male and women's bathroom in the locker room is frightening to me. The bathroom in the locker room is a very private place for me to be able to feel safe without the fear of a male entering. It's a very vulnerable space, and girls at this age especially have a hard enough time changing in front of their peer sport teammates. I realize that the school board must operate under the law and that this change would have to be made under a higher level. But now what needs to be discussed and addressed is what can be done right now to protect the safety and privacy of hundreds of students, as well as the safety of students that identify as a gender other than their biological. According to the National Intimate Partner and Sexual Violence Survey, 43% of women experience some form of contact sexual violence in their lifetime. Approximately 1 in 5 women in the U.S. reported completed or attempted rape at some point in their life. The majority of these female victims first experienced such victimization early in life, with an 81% reporting that it first occurred prior to the age of 25. And among these female victims, 43% reported that it first occurred prior to the age of 18. It's easy to talk about shared vulnerable spaces until an incident occurs. How will you monitor which men get to use the girls' bathroom? And do you have a way to say no to the ones that have the wrong motives for wanting to enter my privacy? Once biological men can go into the women's areas designated for privacy, that space is no longer a risk-free environment. This space is large enough already. Outside of the privacy and potential safety violations, the burden should not be shouldered by the majority. This is not meant to dissuade those students that identify outside of their biological gender, but it is not feasible for all of those students who are uncomfortable with your policy to use a single-cell bathroom in the principal's office. There is already barely enough time to use the bathroom in between classes, and it would be even more difficult for the large number of students that are uneasy with these allowances to use the restroom without being tardy or disrupting class time. We've heard passionate opinions about what is right and what is wrong, but I would like to know the options moving forward that don't result in legal ramifications for our school, that maintain a sense of modesty and decency for all students, regardless of which anatomy they have. I would like you to present viable options tuned to the feelings of integration that will allow me, my classmates, and eventually my younger sisters to feel safe in these spaces designed for privacy. Thank you.
Okay, and again, Heather Bloomer, you know, take the microphone over here and get on deck for the next presentation.
I'm really nervous to see my people shaking here, but this is a topic that is very important, and we can all agree that on our website. And it means a lot to me that we handle this situation. After being at the last board meeting and being here, what's going on in my heart is how we handle it, because I think that's also important. So if I scale it down, my husband and I, we have 6 kids, and both want what is best for them, but sometimes what we believe is best isn't always the same, or the same, but how we get there is different. Or sometimes even the way we get there is the same, but we have outside forces that are standing in the way. But when we lose sight of the fact that we both want what's best for our children, doing what is best for them is more difficult. I don't assume the best intent if I make assumptions on what my husband wants, by misinterpreting his words, or assumptions to explain the silence when he doesn't talk. If I call names or threaten him, I'm creating a space where we no longer on the same team. I put my husband in a place where he would have to defend himself, and that takes us out of the end goal. And our kids pay that price. So if we scale it back to 100 parents here, invested in doing what we think is best for our kids. I also believe that you school members are not here because you don't want, or are here because you don't want what's best. You think this is important, and serving is important as well. So I guess I'm asking all of us, can we please look at this like we're on the same team? We might have different ideas on what is best and how to get there, and we're definitely dealing with outside sources. But we want what's best for these kids. So can we go into this assuming best intent? Can we work to create a safe place to address the situation and work towards a solution that meets all of our needs? Can we look at the facts and full assumptions, be mindful of what we're saying, and talk to each other with grace, leaving accusation, name calling, and threats behind? Can we look at the roadblocks as what they are? Another fact that we have to be mindful of, whether it's Title IX rules dictating how we run these meetings, or laws that affect what information we can even share. We might firmly believe how things should be, and we might be right about that, but we also have to look at the facts regardless of whether or not it lines up with our goals. Because we have to navigate that as well. So can we give each other grace, as we're not only navigating the situation, but the forces that affect how we get there. I'm asking this because I'm worried that we're all going to get so caught up in the fight, or feeling like we have to defend ourselves, that we're no longer being effective. And this is too important for that. We're on the same team, we want what's best for these kids. So let's just treat each other the way let's just treat each other that way, because I think if we don't, it's our kids that are going to pay that price.
No other burner? All right. Next up will be Grant, one of our students, and next on deck on this side will be John Michael. Go ahead.
Hello, school board. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you for any board members and audience members who have been respectful and follow the rules of this board in the meeting throughout our entire time here. The purpose of my speaking today is mostly to share my experience as a student body member, as well as some facts about sexual assaults. Firstly, as for my experience here, many students, many close friends of mine do not feel safe coming to this board meeting, not just going to the bathrooms at school, but coming here to show their support for trans people and for their own rights. basically they are too afraid to even come and speak publicly or to sit in the audience members. Also from other students I've heard on social media that there have been death threats from both students and adults against queer individuals around the district. In addition to lots of other verbal abuse throughout school. I believe that this does not create a environment conducive to learning and endangers all of our students and their learning. In addition, I'd like to share that according to the National Library of Medicine, as for gender identity, sexual assault is highest among transgender people, 20.9%, followed by cisgender women, 8.6%, and lowest among cisgender men, 3.6%. These statistics can show that it is in fact usually transgender people who have higher rates of sexual assault against them. And I was not able to find many studies on the rates of transgender individuals doing the sexual assaulting. But there have been many cases where those individuals convicted of it have longer sentences and discriminated against in the legal system. Altogether, what this can say is transgender students are the ones, although it is very reasonable to be concerned for children and their kids, it is also important to look at the queer youth and the transgender youth who are experiencing much higher rates of suicide, much higher rates of depression, and other things caused by verbal abuse and harassment, which has been happening online because of the issues about today.
Tom Mondor, Jerry Sullivan on deck, and then Elijah. Mr. Mondor.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I very much appreciated hearing everyone's views on the matter. I'd just like to mention that the United States, this republic, is built on this type of discourse, so I appreciate it. I want to start by grounding this conversation when action matters. We're talking about children. Every student in this school, regardless of race, religious affiliation, or gender identity, deserves safety, dignity, and the ability to attend school without becoming a political symbol or a public target. And also recognize that middle school students experience privacy, my son's in middle school, and discomfort very differently than adults. Feeling uncomfortable in an intimate space does not automatically make a child wrong or malicious. But responding to discomfort by singling out other students, restricting access, or creating isolation does not resolve the issue. It simply creates exclusion. I would like to speak directly to the safety concerns that have been raised, both here today and online. Multiple peer-reviewed studies and policy reviews from major medical and public safety organizations have found no evidence that inclusive restroom access policies increase sexual assaults or other safety incidents when access is based on gender identity. At the same time, research consistently shows that hostile rhetoric, public targeting, and exclusionary practices are associated with high rates of harassment, absenteeism, anxiety, and mental health risks for transgender students. This is not ideology, but verifiable evidence from school climate and behavioral health researchers. Schools exist to educate and protect students, not to referee cultural or political battles. Our policy should be written to ensure that no child's identity becomes the focus of public meetings, public gossip, or online speculation. There have been comments suggesting that students are unsafe or applying criminal or predatory intent related to this issue. I want to be very clear. We are talking about children. Publicly or implicitly framing a child as a threat causes real, documented harm and creates an environment of fear that parents and schools have responsibility to prevent. If the goal is safety and comfort for all students, then the response should be practical and evidence-based. The solution here is not to take rights away from one group to comfort another. The solution should be to improve privacy and clarity for all. The district should seriously consider upgrading restroom infrastructure with enhanced privacy features such as full height or floor-to-ceiling stall doors, or research bathrooms for all. These designs are already used successfully in many schools and public spaces. They improve comfort, reduce anxiety, discourage inappropriate behavior, and benefit all students regardless of gender identity. This is long-term common sense investments in student dignity and not a political statement.
Larry Sullivan? Not seen, okay, Elijah?
My name is Elijah. I'm 13 years old and currently attend Richmond Middle School. I am an 8th grader and will be going to high school soon. I have a sister who goes to my school also. I have two things I want to talk about: God and morality. I want to speak on God first. Our country has always been built on the foundation of God. Our forefathers believed in God. God has always been what we believe in. I know my Bible says women are women and men are men. God created us the way we are and we can't change that. No matter how many surgeries or whatever they are called, people will always be what God created them to be. Genesis 2:18-24 talks about how man needed a partner, so God created women. Verse 22 says, "This is bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called a woman." So it is clear that man and women are two different genders. They are not the same, they are separate. Morality means principles concerning the distinction between right and wrong. I am holding my standpoint against boys being in girls' restrooms. Everyone has a common morality. Everyone knows it is wrong to murder, and everyone knows it is wrong to steal. There is a common morality that has already been said. Girls aren't allowed in boys' restrooms, and boys don't belong in girls' restrooms. This separation has existed from the start. It is the state's and the school's responsibility to keep children safe at school. Parents entrust you with their kids. There has been accounts of women and girls being raped inside restrooms. My sister is scared to change in the locker room. Why is it in that position? I have had tons of accounts where I've had an account where a girl has tried to come into my locker room being away. Some accounts where things have happened inside. VA judge finds transgender teen guilty of sexual assault in Mountain County High School girls' bathrooms. Another transgender student flashed 4 female girls in their locker room after a swim class in Wisconsin. Oklahoma transgender student charged with assaulting female high school classmates in bathroom. Transgender Wyoming woman convicted of sexually assaulting 10-year-old girl in the bathroom. Teenage girl was terrified in the locker room with naked transgender woman. Transgender suspected threatens to rape Christian girls, inject HIV, and people wearing crosses contemplate national shooting events. Male inmate convicted of raping female at Rikers Island Women's Facility. Thank you.
My name is Jerry Sullivan, thank you. Hoping to be a voice of reason. Resident of New Richmond School District. Father of 4, 2 girls, 2 boys. Alex, Ann, Tanya, and John. My father and mother, Jerry and Tess, raised a total of 8 girls and 3 boys. Their parents, my grandparents, raised 14 girls and boys. None of our parents or grandparents had to consider or voice an opinion in any vote in their lifetime. There were no debates. I pray that the right decisions and common sense are found. The highest court in this nation, the Supreme Court, is considering the rights and legal ramifications for boys and girls. Right now, there are policies, laws, bills, statutes, maybes, could have been, would have, should have, maybes, and the proverbial roll of the dice. These things only shower this topic with doubt, confusion, and a very, very dim light. I believe we all agree that we are one nation under God. Hebrews 13:8 says, He is the same today, yesterday, and forever. This should be our standard. This should be a voice of reason. Thank you.
Beth Wood. Maya. Is Beth Wood here?
I will be able to one of the kids.
Okay.
Can't give away your time.
Then Alex, maybe Maya, Alex. On deck, and is it Juan Rivera? On deck over here.
Good evening. My name is Maya Osba, and I'm a junior at Richmond High School. The way that this problem has been dealt with has given me nothing but embarrassment and a loss of hope for change. Today, I want to talk about the issue that affects many students' sense of comfort and safety at school. Biological boys using the girls' restroom. Bathrooms are a private place. They are places where people are expected to feel safe, relaxed, not worried on who might walk in them. For many girls, the girls' bathroom is one of the few places and at the school where they can have privacy. When boys use that space, even if it's meant as a joke or a convenience, it can make girls feel uncomfortable, unsafe, or disrespected. This isn't about hating anyone or trying to be unfair, it's about boundaries. Schools have separate bathrooms for a reason, to respect privacy and make sure everyone feels secure. When those boundaries are ignored, it can cause stress, fear, and confusion, especially for the younger students. Everyone deserves to feel safe at school. That includes the girls who want privacy, and the boys also deserve clear rules and appropriate spaces. The solution isn't chaos or blaming each other. It's respect. Respect for rules, respect for personal space, and respect for how our actions affect others. What might seem harmless to one person can feel invasive or unsafe to someone else. Many girls feel uncomfortable speaking up in the moment, which makes the problem even harder to address. Schools have separate bathrooms for a reason. These rules exist to protect personal boundaries and help everyone feel secure. When girls are speaking up about this issue, we get told to use a different bathroom. How do you think this makes us girls feel? When those boundaries are ignored, it sends a message that some people's comfort doesn't matter. That can lead to anxiety, loss of trust, and a feeling that the school is not a safe place. It's also important to recognize that respect goes both ways. Boys deserve their own private spaces too, just as girls do. Clear rules help everyone know what's expected to prevent misunderstandings or conflicts. When rules are followed, school becomes a more respectful environment for all students. In the end, this issue comes down to empathy and respect. We all want to feel safe at school. We all want our boundaries to be respected. By thinking about how the choices affect others, and by following rules designed to protect everyone, we can help create a school environment where everyone feels valued and secure. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alex Virgil, and I'm speaking for not only myself, but for my peers who don't feel safe enough to participate as well. I would like to first thank you all for the opportunity to speak, and secondly, I would like to add how extremely disappointed and disgusted I am in my community to allow such bullying, harassment, hate, and bigotry to take place on school grounds. As a woman at Richmond High School who uses the women's bathroom, I ask that you hear my perspective. I am not uncomfortable or afraid to use the bathroom with someone who's transgender. The only thing more powerful than hate is love. Thank you.
Robert, is it Robert Ventura? Would be next on deck at this microphone. And Juan.
Hello, my name is Juan Rivera. I go by Johnny. So good evening, everyone. First and foremost, I am a father of 2 children in the school district. This is our first year here in Richmond. The beginning things seemed smooth until now. When I first heard that students were planning a protest, I wanted to understand why. My son told me and explained that it was regarding boys being allowed to use the girls' restroom. When I heard that, my heart dropped. I was told that as long as someone identifies as gender, they are allowed to use the restroom. To me, this is not complicated. There are 2 genders. We were born with one, and that reality does not change. God created male and female, both beautifully and distinctively, and both deserve respect as they were created. This is not meant to attack or shame children who identify as transgender. My heart truly goes out to them. What concerns me is the effect that has on the other children who do know who they are and are now being made uncomfortable or fearful in spaces that should feel safe. A biological male in a female restroom or locker room creates confusion and distress, and I want you to know that this has placed real fear in my own child. I'm going to share a personal text message between me and my daughter. She tells me, "Can I skip gym?" I said, "Why?" "I don't want any boys walking in there while I'm changing." I said, "Are they doing that right now?" She goes, "No, I'm in 9th hour, but I have gym in 10. I said, "Yes, that's fine. Who do I contact the office?" She goes, "Yes." Now, when I hear this from my daughter, Daddy comes. I'm here to protect my child. I'm here to protect my baby. Now, this should not be a complicated issue. It does not require extreme measures or ideology. It requires common sense and the protection of boundaries. With identity. They are not mistakes. They are not in the wrong body. They need wisdom, loving support, and guidance, not reinforcement and confusion. Not prioritizing one group in a way that harms another. Please understand this clearly. I'm here to protect my children. There is no situation where my daughter will change in front of a biological male, whether at home, in public, or any school system. Everywhere else in society. My voice will not go away. A father protects, and I will not stay silent while this continues. If these concerns are not taken seriously, families will leave the district. My 2 children first. This is not said to confuse anyone, but it is to resolve. Thank you.
Any undead students and the Trevor Swanson.
Yes, sir, you got it. Hello, everyone. My name is Robert Dominic Ventura. I come to you today in my personal capacity as a father and a resident of the district of Richmond. I carry with me a message from Congressional Representative Tom Tippett. I want you to know that even going through the years today, he's a father of 3 daughters, and as a member of Congress representing the Richmond here in the 7th Congressional District, he was unfortunate communities he represents for both in Congress. I want you to know, as his constituent, he is urging the school district of Richmond to reverse this policy Our daughters should feel safe and treated with dignity here in Wisconsin. We must uphold the original intent of Title IX, which was created to protect equal opportunity for women and girls. Yet some are now claiming that Title IX requires schools to prioritize gender identity instead of biological sex. That is simply not true. Federal leadership under President Donald Trump has made it clear that these policies will not be tolerated. The administration has already taken action against 5 Virginia school districts for allowing students to access sex-segregated facilities based on subjective gender ideology, which they are saying violates the sex-based protections of Title IX. We do not want Richmond to end up in the same situation. We simply want common sense restored and female students protected. Thank you for allowing me to speak on his behalf. I hope the concerns of parents, students, and Congress and Tiffany are loud and clear that the new Richmond School District should do what is right and reverse this policy immediately, because it does not reflect Wisconsin values. Thank you. This is from Tom. That stands here as a father of a daughter should be ashamed of themselves. And I look forward to organizing the community against you as you come up to your next election. Thank you.
Hey, I'm a senior at the high school. I've been going for 4 years, 3 years at the middle school, so on. So until the last school board meeting, I never really heard about the whole issue of transgender people in bathrooms.
You got it. You got it. It's okay.
Why is this coming up now? That's my question. This has been happening for 4 years, and there hasn't been a complaint about it. I have not heard anything about transgender students in the bathrooms for 4 years. I have friends who are transgender who use the bathroom and have had no complaints filed against them for 4 years. The assumption that transgender students would engage in inappropriate behavior in the bathrooms is a prejudice that does not deserve to be put against a child. Nobody with transgender students in the bathroom so far. And if there are, they should be dealt with on an individual basis, like it would be with a cisgender student in their bathroom. And on the topic of legislating morality, which I hope we are not doing because we are a nation built with religious values but not on religious law, we remember, I'll give you a little history lesson, in the 1800s, they used this idea called the sons of Ham. It's in Genesis, you can look it up. They said that the sons of Ham, whose descendants moved to Africa, were less smart than the other sons of Abraham, who moved to other parts of the globe. That was in the Bible, and they used that to justify slavery. They used that to justify the fact that they were turning people into slaves, that they were denying them their rights. So while the Bible may be infallible, your interpretation of it is not. Thank you.
And then, is it Hunter Childs or something like that? On deck? Go ahead.
Good evening, my name is Curtis Swanson, and I am a parent of several students in this district. I want to respectfully urge the board not to continue a policy allowing access to bathrooms and bathrooms based on any distinction beyond biological sex. It's a legal, medical, and regulatory landscape remains unstable, politically driven, and increasingly subject to reversal, creating unnecessary risk for students and the district. First, Title IX has not changed in any relevant way since 1972. It prohibits sex discrimination, but explicitly allows schools to maintain separate bathrooms and rooms for the sex of the student. What has changed repeatedly are federal agency interpretations, expanding federal administration, retracting under another, expanding again, often without congressional action, and most recently, they are being retracted. Courts did not resolve this uncertainty. Second, the broader legal environment surrounding gender-related decisions for minors has also shifted. Recently, a New York jury returned a multi-million-dollar verdict in favor of a young woman who underwent irreversible transition-related mutilation surgery as a minor and never chose for which she was born. The case turned on the standards of care and informed consent. Regardless of one's views, it shows that courts are increasingly willing to scrutinize irreversible decisions related to minors, even if those decisions were previously misrepresented as settled or unquestioned. In parallel, professional medical guidance is evolving. While there is not a uniform consensus, major medical organizations, including most surgical associations, have publicly urged greater caution and delayed irreversible transition-related mutilation surgeries for minors, citing limited long-term evidence and the permanent detrimental effects they have on children and adults. That signals that what was once treated as settled practice is now openly debated. Third, at the state level, Wisconsin legislators continue to debate bills addressing sex-segregated facilities, parental rights, and protections for minors. While not all proposals have become law, their very existence reflects that public policy in this area is unsettled and contested, not resolved. Districts that lock themselves in permanent policies today may find those policies on the step of state law tomorrow. Finally, this board has two core duties: to protect children, including their privacy and intimate spaces, and to limit their legal liability for the district. Both duties counsel caution. District can support students with dignity through less intrusive alternatives. I respectfully ask the board to choose an approach that protects all students while minimizing legal risk in an environment where the law, medical standards, and public policy are clearly still in flux, and indeed returning to sanity. Please do not fall on the wrong side of that line.
Thank you. On deck, I have, Ace and Travis Howland. And under
Before I begin, I would like, could you, instead of saying 30 seconds, just hold your hand up?
Excellent.
Thank you. I would just like to begin with Luke 17, 1 through 2. Jesus said to his disciples, "Things that cause people to stumble are bound to come. But woe to anything through whom they come. It would be better for them to be thrown into the sea with a millstone tied around their neck than to cause one of these little ones to stumble." The new Richmond School Board made headlines last week because administration and staff are reportedly allowing biological boys into girls' restrooms, leading to backlash from parents as well as our Congressman Tom Tiffany and Representative Project publicly condemning this utter insanity. It is truly incomprehensible that anyone mentally confused and unstable boys and girls' private restrooms, and second, to then double down on the insanity by requiring girls who express feelings justifiably victimized and traumatized by the sexual perverse inversion of reality to use a different individual restroom. The inability or refusal of those in authority to comprehend this situation and to make rational and logical decisions based in reality is the direct result of progressive ideology, placing their own warped desires and twisted version of morality above God's. These children, both boys and girls, are not to blame. They are victims of this perverse political ideology. The children who suffer from genital dysphoria, or however it's spelled, should not be encouraged to hate their own bodies, but should be counseled and corrected to love their bodies. But should be counseled and corrected to love their bodies. It is truly evil for adults in positions of authority to conduct these devastating experiments on our precious children, potentially leading to a lifetime of irreparable mental health and physical harms. As Jesus famously said, it would be better for them to be thrown into the sea with a millstone tied around the neck than to cause one of these little ones to stumble. It's time for New Richmond residents to put an end to this perversion and insanity. And progressive policies are dangerous enough for adults, but are absolutely devastating for our children. We can't take that chance, and we must all do what we can to protect them by helping elect God-fearing Christian conservatives on our school board, but we can't do it alone. It will take every single Christian in New Richmond, Wisconsin, and the state who steps foot in church on Sunday to pray to also step foot in our town hall on Tuesday to vote. Let's elect proven Christian conservative Christy Westland, and let's make New Richmond.
All right, hi, my name is Stace, and I am the scary transgender that I told you. I go by different pronouns, I'm a freshman at Richmond High School, and personally, I don't think I'm something to be feared. I go into the female bathroom because I'm too scared to go into the men's. Because I fear that if I go into the men's bathroom, I will be physically assaulted for being a man. Being transgender is not a choice. Identifying that way is. You can say, yeah, I choose to go by human pronouns. But I don't know how to say this. Being transgender is a feeling. I personally don't think I should be punished, so to speak, for a feeling. Also, I'd like to say that some of the things that have been said today are really hurtful to me and members of my community. Just in case you guys don't really realize how harmful this is, I'd like to quote some statistics. In 2025, 81% of transgender people considered suicide, and 41% committed it. I'm part of that 81%. I recently got hospitalized because my mental health got really, really bad. And it is because I have people, like, I don't want to point fingers, but I have people telling me that I was not correct for being myself, and that I should die for being who I am. And it got to the point where I missed it. And I just want to say that if you all want to protect children, go ahead. I implore that. Protest, talk at school board meetings, do this, do that. But do it with all children in mind, not just yours. So I understand.
I'm Jack next, and Travis. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have 5 children in this district. And I just wanted to say thank you for the time here tonight. This is the first school board meeting that I've been to. It's the only one that I felt like I needed to be here for. I'm not here to be popular. I'm not here to be comfortable. I am here because the children of this district deserve adults who stand up and do what is right, even when it is hard, especially when it is hard. We were told earlier tonight that case law has settled this question, that federal courts have spoken, and we must simply comply. But I want to ask every person in this room a simple question. Since when did a court ruling replace your conscience? There was a time in this country when the law said human beings could be property. There was a time when the law said children work in factories. There was a time when the law said women cannot vote. Every single one of those laws was wrong, and it took men and women of conviction, people of faith and courage to stand against them. We are not called to blind obedience to every ruling that comes down from the courtroom. We are called to protect children. Okay? This is a law. This is a law not written by judges, but by God Himself, and no one can deny it. No. Let me be plain about what we're discussing tonight. We are talking about whether biological males should be in restrooms and locker rooms with our daughters, spaces where girls are undressing, spaces where they are vulnerable, spaces that exist precisely because we have always understood that privacy and safety of children comes first. This is not complicated. Every parent in this room knows it, every mother knows it, every father knows it. You do not need a law degree to understand that our girls deserve privacy and protection. And yet we are told we must set aside common sense, set aside parental instinct, set aside biology itself because the court said so. I reject that. and you should protect it too. There is a saying that is proven true throughout history. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. And weak men create hard times. We are living in the hard times that weak leadership has created. And I'm looking at there, okay? Weak leadership. Thank you, Ben. School boards across the state and this country have taken the path of least resistance. They've been afraid of lawsuits, afraid of headlines, afraid of being called names. And so they surrendered, not because it was late, but because it was easy. That can end here tonight. This board can choose to answer to the parents and children of this community. Yes, there may be legal challenges. Yes, there may be costs. But I ask you, what's the cost of doing nothing? Do you want to look mothers in the eyes? Okay? Do you see this room? Do you see the support behind this? Scripture tells us in Isaiah 1:17, learn to do what is right, seek justice, defend the oppressed. Our children are not political pawns, they are not social experiments. So I'm asking this board tonight, be a strong men, this moment demands, 10 seconds. Vote to protect the privacy and safety of every child in this district. Vote to uphold biological reality in our restrooms and locker rooms. Vote to do the right thing, not the easy thing. Because when your children and grandchildren ask you where you stood when it mattered, and they will ask, you will be able to look them in the eyes and say, I stood for you.
That's not making me feel safe.
On deck is Michelle Brooks. Michelle Brooks. Tim Holden.
Thank you, sir.
Wait.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. Tim Holden from Richmond here. And I'd just like to thank Mr. Engler for standing up for what's right. Thank you for your moral fiber. Thank you for all the moments. And early in counselors, when he was bringing up Title IX and talking about it, Father got up and left early and said, I heard enough. I'm going to homeschool. And that's the truth. What's the place of our daughters and our granddaughters? I have granddaughters. And I have grandchildren in western Wisconsin. And it just amazes me that our country's come to this point. And I would like to say to the transgender children here, I don't hate you. We're all God's creation.
You're out of our place. Nothing offensive, just state it.
We're all God's creation. And that doesn't mean I agree with what the white wolves have been superimposing on our children nationwide. And it's everywhere. And so I asked the board to stand up for what's right. And again, I thank Mr. Engelhardt for the backbone he has. And you're all God's creation, and He offered us all the way out. And some of you heard John 3:16, for God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in Him should not perish, but have everlasting life.
Amen.
So our Creator's offered us the way out through the Savior Jesus Christ. Acts 4:12, neither is salvation in any other.
For there is no other name under heaven given among men whereby we must be saved. Jesus said in John 14:6, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man can come to the Father but by me. Ephesians 2:8-9. For by grace you are saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it's a gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this opportunity to bring glory to your Son.
Gary Peterson and Leah Melby. Go ahead, sir.
I'm Eric Peterson. I'm the father of two children, young children in this district who stand to potentially be here for many more years. Regarding the Title IX from 1972 and the Seventh Circuit finding in 2017, words mean what the author meant for them to mean, not what some activist judges claim they mean based on the political environment. Also, judges don't write or make laws, they only give oftentimes bad opinions on the laws to be passed by the legislative and executive branches. I'm here to fight for our daughters, our sisters, and every young girl in the district who deserves safety, privacy, and respect in the most basic spaces, bathrooms and locker rooms. The madness of allowing boys in dresses to waltz into girls' facilities has got to stop. Right now, no more excuses, no more virtue signaling, no more hiding behind reckless policies that put our kids at risk. Biological reality does not bend. A boy in a dress is still a boy. Chromosomes, anatomy, strength, none of that changes with a wardrobe swap or pronoun preferences. We're talking about spaces designed for girls where they can use the toilet, change, shower, and feel secure without the intrusion of male bodies. This is about hard facts. Our girls shouldn't have to undress in front of someone with male physiology, just because a tiny minority demands it over science and biology. Privacy and the feeling of security in vulnerable spaces are not suggestions, they are rights, and you're stripping it away from half of our students to appease a tiny minority. How dare you? Your job is to protect all students, not sacrifice girls on the altar of leftist virtue signaling. If a boy feels uncomfortable in the boys' bathroom or locker room, he can be the one to use the single stall option. Board members, I challenge you, look at these parents in the eye. Look at these girls in this room. Are you willing to tell them that their safety is secondary, that their boundaries are negotiable? If you vote to allow this, you're complicit in every single violation of dignity and possibly worse that follows. Stand up for what's right. Ban the boys from girls' bathrooms and locker rooms, dresses or no dresses. Restore sanity, protect our kids, or step aside and let real leaders who actually have children in these schools and skin in the game take over.
And Ryan, Sherry, contact.
Hello, my name is Lydia. First of all, I want to thank all of the school board members for being here and taking time out of your day, all of the staff. We're all here, the police officers, all the parents and students. The second thing I want to say is I'm very proud of all the queer students, all the trans students who have spoken up against grown adults who are attacking them just for being them. And for all the adults in this room, each room, have a reminder that these are children. We're speaking about. I understand. Bullying online over children has been insane. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration. That a lot of the students being targeted are not the SID students, they are the trans students, they are the queer students. Another thing is, Ben, you have done a great job speaking out tonight, making sure that your opinion is known, but you also disrespect the people who have been talking and you've been sitting on your phone. The last thing I'm going to say is that there's a separation between church and school. And I have all the respect for you guys who are using your religion and speaking up, but that's not the same as school. A law does not follow the Bible.
Let her finish.
A law does not follow the Bible, and I think that needs to be something that's remembered, even if you are religious. Follow the law, not what the public is attacking you to follow. It's the law. We, the taxpayers, are going to be harmed if you guys do something. I think doing what's best for all students is understandable when girls are uncomfortable, but there are other students, such as trans students, who are going to be attacked. And I think you guys need to protect everyone in this situation and think about everyone. Thank you.
On this side. Good, Ryan?
Yes, I'm Ryan Shirley. I'm the board representative for District 15 right here in Richmond. As an elected official myself, it takes a lot for me to stand at the podium or mic like this and tell another governing body how I believe an issue should be handled. I understand the pressure they are under, and I generally believe that constituents should be heard rather than overridden and disregarded. However, there are moments when remaining silent is not responsible leadership. This is one of them. I want to begin by clearly separating what truth and fact are. A person's truth reflects how they feel about an issue or their perception of that issue. Those feelings may vary from person to person, and they may change. Facts do not. Facts are fixed, and the law is built on facts, not feelings. The relevant facts before this board are straightforward. First, a biological male is using a girls' locker room. Second, the school district is allowing this to occur. Third, students have expressed discomfort and concern about this arrangement. And fourth, biological sex is immutable. Beliefs or identity do not change biological reality. Those are not opinions. Those are not expressions of fear. They are factual conditions that exist today. Title IX permits sex-separated locker rooms for privacy and safety. But Title IX is not a one-directional entitlement. It is a balancing obligation. Protecting one student cannot require violating the privacy rights of others, and the board has legal responsibility to provide the line very clearly. Public education exists to prepare students for the real world. That is not philosophical debate, it's the foundational purpose of the system. The real world operates on objective standards, definitions, and boundaries. When institutions abandon those in favor of accommodating feelings, they do not protect students, they mislead them. Wisconsin DPI and the governor are also misleading you. If a student sincerely and incorrectly believes that they're valedictorian of the school, we'll start a quarterback. Would we not rewrite the rules to accommodate their beliefs? We would explain reality, set the boundaries, and help them navigate it. This situation is no different. What concerns me most is not a single incident, it's the pattern it reflects. This board appears to be reacting instead of leading. Policies are not shaped by fear of litigation, pressure from outside agencies, rather than intentional forward-looking governance. I urge this board to stop acting as reactionary firefighters and start acting as leaders. Establish clear, fact-based policies. If you do not agree with all of this, I will happily help dominate. find your replacement.
Next, we have Jessica Gatlin.
I thought it was Jocelyn.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm there.
Oh, okay.
Jessica Gatlin, I'm there, and Kaylee Kaler. I'm there. Go ahead.
I want to first and foremost state that I am not here to place blame. I am here as a mom speaking up for all kids, one way or another, regardless of how I look. What I am asking you that has not been put forth before you guys today is, have you guys done the statistics to the single stall bathrooms compared to the amount of females or males that are going to need that? Because my issue with this is, it's still creating separation. You guys could have thought 12 steps ahead. As I was taught how to do, you have your plan B, you have your plan C, you have your plan D. You go forward with that. You always have a backup plan. And right now, what you're doing is, right now, for the last update that I had, there are about 40 girls deep in the high school for the single stall bathroom. So now, what is that doing to their time learning in the classroom? And how is that going to affect them when it comes to being educated? I don't care. Your parents have the right to choose, but you guys stripped that, minus you, Ben, you guys stripped that of us. Because we didn't even have the forefront of knowing that you guys were actively going for this. And now, mind you, I am proud of all of the kiddos that stood up tonight. And one of them is very directed into my kids' individual lives out of life circumstances. And I am very proud of them for standing up. I am not that small of a human being. I am proud of them. But what I am not proud of is that you guys didn't give us the damn right to know when we are going to be having to have sex ed talks with our very young children, or having to have the privacy talks, but now having to curb that because there is no longer privacy. From what I have understood, it is an isolated group of kids, and I don't want them to be isolated. But it is a smaller group of kids compared to, do the statistics. I want the numbers. What is the ratio for this single stall bathroom? You can clearly see it. There are a lot of parents that are not happy with this. What is the ratio? I don't want that. I don't want to have conversations with my children before they're old enough to understand, before they're cognitively capable of understanding it.
Do we have Jessica Gatlin? Kaylee Kaler? Ari, is it Dinas? I'm sorry. And on deck would be Chad Molson. Or to this point. Yes.
Hi, my name is Ari Southwest, for those of you who are wondering. I'm a parent within the New Richmond School District. I have a child in the high school, one in the middle school, and one in Hillside Elementary. I want to express my support for the current policies that you guys have to support non-discrimination and gender inclusive bathroom usage. This is really appeared to be an emotional topic for many, including myself. Parents are worried about safety. My middle daughter did come home and she asked me about this conversation, and she said, I know. And so I did what I do whenever my kids tell me I know. I centered them on the facts. I said, how many times are you in the bathroom and you don't have your clothes on? Well, never. I centered them on some of the statistics that you guys have heard. Every major study shows that gender-inclusive bathroom policies do not increase assault or safety incidents for girls. Not one. There haven't been documented incidents after these policies go into place that voyeurism, people peeping into these bathrooms goes up. That doesn't happen. But what has been documented, when schools restrict bathroom access, transgender students are the ones who are harmed. They face higher risk of bullying, harassment, and even physical assault. So I talked to her, and we talked about our goals, and we talked about our values. If our goal is safety, the evidence is clear. Inclusive policies protect all students, and exclusion puts some of them at risk. We don't have to choose between protecting girls and supporting transgender students. We don't. The evidence shows we can do both. Inclusive policies keep everyone safe, and they reflect the kind of community I want my kids growing up in. The other thing that happens is that non-Christian, liberal family in this district, my kids come home all the time. They come home and they tell me, I heard this at school. This doesn't match what I believe. Hey, they said this. And I look at them and I say, the world's full of people that think differently than us. But here in our family, this is what we believe. That's my responsibility. That's not your responsibility. Thank you.
Shannon? Billy Starkweather? And Trent Simons and Simpson?
Thank you. I'm Billy Starkweather, I'm pastor at Cornerstone Church. The fundamental question is, whose discomfort are we prioritizing and what are the stakes? When we allow males in girls' locker rooms, we're asking girls to surrender their privacy and sense of safety in their most vulnerable moments. The discomfort of transgender students may feel using facilities matching their biological sex doesn't override the privacy rights of all girls who didn't choose that situation. We can show compassion without eliminating sex-based spaces and exist specifically to protect privacy and dignity. You may hear the objection that this will discriminate against transgender students. Providing sex-based facilities isn't discrimination, it's a combination that respects everyone's needs. There's no difference in or safety, no evidence of safety issues. Well, the concern isn't just a documented incident. It's about the principle that girls deserve privacy from the opposite sex during changing, regardless of how that person identifies. You've heard that maybe we're transphobic. Protecting girls' privacy rights isn't about any animus towards anyone. It's about maintaining boundaries that serve important purposes. We're asking 100% of these girls to give up their privacy to accommodate a very small percentage of students. We can respect everyone's dignity without forcing girls to accept what makes them uncomfortable. And once we've established that self-identification grants access to opposite sex facilities, how do we enforce any boundaries? What's your policy when a girl feels unsafe? Do we tell her she's wrong to feel that way? We're creating a situation where girls can't advocate for their own comfort without being labeled as bigots. Adolescence is already difficult. Girls are navigating body changes, self-consciousness, and vulnerability. Locker rooms exist as sex-separated spaces precisely because of these developmental realities. We can acknowledge that some of these students experience gender dysphoria while also acknowledging that most girls aren't comfortable addressing around males. My question to you, because it seems like we're talking both sides of our mouth, sex and gender, but we say one's important and one's not. We also say that, hey, we're following federal law, but we're also following Title IX, which is separate and different. What's your policy if you say we don't know students who are transgender going into the locker rooms, and then how are you not going to give that information out? Thank you.
Joanne Thompson is on there, and Trent.
All right, hello, my name is Trent Tank, and I have two kids attending Richmond High School. One boy and one girl. I have coached in Grace Homes community and sat on the board of the local volleyball club. I care deeply about the children in this community. I want to be clear that this issue to me is not political. It is not about being transphobic or about hate or witch hunt. This is about comfortability for our children. It is about our children's feelings and being comfortable in a space that's supposed to be designated to them, their bathroom and their locker rooms. I can tell you that my daughter is not comfortable sharing a female bathroom with a male student, given up her privacy and duty. When this concern was brought up to the high school principal by my wife in November of 2025, we were told that if she was not comfortable with this, she could go to the office and use a single stall bathroom, and the office would provide her with a pass so she was not marked hard in class. Let me tell you about my daughter. She is in top 50% of her class. She takes her education and GPA extremely seriously because she knows it's about to get her to the college that she wants, and will directly affect the amount of scholarship money she needed to attend that college. She is scared to be targeted in class, and she does not want to miss anything that could affect her grades, nor does she want to disrupt the class. For this reason, she does not want to be displaced and to walk further from her classes to go use a single stall bathroom in the office and be late for class. Instead, she is being forced to share a female bathroom with a male student, making her anxious and uncomfortable to protect her education. That is not right. This is not what the purpose of Title IX is. Male parts use male bathroom, female parts use female bathroom. Comfortable in your biological sex bathroom. This is an example of what a single stall bathroom should be used for. Again, this should be the option for a select few, not the entire population of girls. This is common sense. Common sense does not displace the entire population of female students, asking them to use the few single stall bathrooms if they are uncomfortable sharing bathrooms with the opposite sex. Common sense does not mean an entire population of female students who don't want to share a bathroom with a male, just being late to class, losing educational minutes by displacing them to a single stall bathroom in the office that was never made for them. Stop telling our doctors, if you don't like it, use a single stall. That is not equality. That's displacement. We are being told by our district superintendent that all the area schools are following these city guidelines rules. If that is true, let's be the first district in there to be to change what is right. And adopt a policy that protects our girls' privacy and handles accommodations respectfully, and to put this policy right. Let's roll the dice.
Joanne Thompson, no. Randall Baxter.
Thank you. I am extremely disappointed in this board's ability to communicate with the public. As a retired public servant for over a decade, I haven't seen such an unmitigated disaster. The moment that the school made policy where it is now, they should have sent an email out to parents advising them of the policy. There was no need to identify that there was a transgender student or students that it was applying to. The policy is so us as parents are prepared to talk to our children and let them know what they're going to be seeing and dealing with at school. For that reason, I wouldn't get very comfortable in those chairs for very long. With this amateur, small town BS, and it's gonna see you out of here, and we're gonna have parents on the board that are gonna communicate and handle things like professionals would.
Roseland. is Christy Wilson for that matter.
All right.
Hi, my name is Pat Breslin. I've got two daughters. One is in high school right now. I'm going to say this plainly. Your plain truth is what's missing here. This issue is not complicated. It has been made complicated on purpose. The case everyone keeps hiding on, Whitaker versus Kenosha Unified School District was not a triumph of civil rights. It was a failure of judgment. Title IX was passed to protect girls, real biological girls, from discrimination, exposure, and from being forced to sacrifice privacy so adults could feel progressive. The law is explicit. Sex-separated bathrooms and locker rooms are allowed. The court did not interpret the law. It rewrote it. They took the word sex, which has meant biological sex for all of human history, and replaced it with identity. Congress didn't do that. Voters didn't do that. Parents didn't do that. 3 judges did. This is not law. This is power without consent. And let's talk about what the court ignored. Girls' privacy was called speculative. Their discomfort was brushed aside. Their right to say no was never even discussed. But the feelings of one student were treated as absolute, so absolute that every other student was expected to silently comply. That is not equality. That is coercion. This isn't about bathrooms. This isn't about bathrooms. Bathrooms are stalls. This is about locker rooms, where girls change clothes, where bodies are exposed, where minors are vulnerable. High schools contain children, and they are also legal adults in some cases. So you're mixing minors with legal adults, forcing girls to undress in the presence of males, regardless of identity, crosses a line that should never have been crossed. There is no middle ground on violating privacy. We are told single-user facilities are stigmatizing. That is nonsense. Privacy is not punishment. Accommodation is not discrimination, and protecting girls is not hatred.
Yeah, that over this microphone to the right, please.
Hi, I'm Christy Westland. I'm a mom of 2 in the district, and I'm running for the Richmond School Board. I'm here to say that the committee in the auditorium right now, and in the district in general, have been afraid to say out loud, privacy is not discrimination, and girls are not collateral damage. Title IX was written to protect women and girls. You need to stop pretending it was meant to erase the very boundaries it was created to defend. Right now, our district does not have a clear written policy for restrooms and locker rooms. When visual policies allow us voices raised, the rules shift behind closed doors, and the students who feel vulnerable are told to just deal with it. That is not fairness, and it is not leadership. Adults need to be adults. Adults need to have courage for the kids. And what I'm saying is this, the kids have more courage than the adults. They're willing to walk out. They're willing to hold signs and say, this isn't right. They're actually simple, decency and common sense. Protect our privacy. So here is the policy we're asking you to adopt in plain English. And I'm happy to hand it out if you would like. Girls' bathrooms and locker rooms are for biological females. Boys' bathrooms and locker rooms are for biological males. And if a trans-identifying student needs a different accommodation than that, that student can use one of the single-user private restrooms are changing options. There are several districts in Wisconsin that has adopted similar policy as proposed here, including Waukesha, New London, Elkhorn, Arrowhead, Germantown, and Cedarburg, to name a few. You can and must protect every student's dignity without forcing girls to surrender theirs. End the burden shifting where girls are told to relocate, wait longer, and risk their health and their education just to feel safe. So I'll ask you plainly, will you protect the girls? Remember, they're watching. Because if you don't have the courage to protect our girls' privacy, you don't deserve to be on that stage.
Thank you, Driscoll. Appreciate it. All right, Heidi.
With age, we are cursed with perspective. I think a lot of us in this room can relate to that curse. I learned that perspective many of us held about this district's ability to protect our children is no longer reality. Last week, I discovered that this district has no written bathroom policy at all, none. You are relying on unclear interpretations of case law, ignoring Title IX, and offer no straightforward guidance. But there's truth. Here's the truth. Without a clear policy, you place this district at legal risk from every side. This is a national issue, so there will be no room to pick gray area. It's pretty clear tonight that this room is a bit divided, and it's not intentional, and I don't think it should have to be divided. If this board would have put in place strong guidelines to begin with, and communicated with the community to begin with, we wouldn't be sitting in a divided state that we are in today. I am not a transfer. I don't care what their choice is, but what I do care is about my children. And until they're 18 years of age, I want to make sure that my children will be using a bathroom that is filled with the same sex. There's nothing wrong. It just makes me a mother. Enough to protect her rights and the rights of every other girl in this room and every daughter to come and every granddaughter. It's pretty clear that this inconsistency with the written restroom policy has caused a rift in our community that should not be here. But if there's one thing I learned tonight, it was that law is what's guiding this board. And so if that's what's guiding this board, then I would like to tell the board if any parent with a daughter affected by this would like to seek legal representation, we will have sign-ups in the back.
Hector, Sam, next, yes, we've got Nikki, right?
Yep, Nikki Driscoll. I'm here tonight as a parent. My daughter is 15 years old. This year, she has repeatedly encountered an older male student using a restroom designated for freshman girls. I'm here to speak about what that has meant for her and what it means for the safety, privacy, and dignity of young female students in this school. My daughter is uncomfortable. She feels unsafe. I want you to see this through her eyes. Imagine being 14 or 15 years old. You're still trying to figure out who you are. You're intensely aware of your body, how it's changing, how it's perceived. The school restroom is one of the only places during the day that feels private. It's where you check your reflection because you feel self-conscious, where you manage your period and hope no one hears, where you calm anxiety, cry quietly, or take a breath before returning to class. It's not just a bathroom, it's a refuge. Now imagine being alone in that space when a male enters the room. How do you think she might feel? Even if he doesn't say or do anything, her body reacts before her mind can even reason it away. Her muscles tense, heart rate changes, she becomes hyper-aware of where she is and how quickly she could leave. That reaction is not irrational, it's instinct. At 15, you're still a child. When an older, stronger student enters a space where you're vulnerable, changing clothes, managing menstruation, or just trying to compose yourself, there's an inherent power imbalance. And power imbalance creates fear and anxiety. Safety is not just about whether an incident occurs, it's about whether a child feels secure enough to let their guard down. And in that moment, my daughter does not. And yet she says nothing. Not because she's fine, but because she's afraid. Afraid of being labeled rude, dramatic, being mocked and targeted, afraid that her discomfort does not matter. And that should concern every adult in this room. Our school policies and procedures are teaching our daughters a dangerous lesson. That if they're uncomfortable, they should stay quiet. That if something feels wrong, they should just tolerate it. And that their boundaries are negotiable. And that their safety comes second to making someone else comfortable. As her parent, I cannot teach her to advocate for herself if the institution entrusted with her care is teaching her that her boundaries don't matter. I want her to grow into a confident young woman who knows that her voice matters, her privacy matters, and that she never has to surrender her sense of safety to peace. Girls deserve separate sex restrooms and locker rooms, full stop. Privacy and safety during vulnerable moments matter. Single-stall alternatives protect everyone without displacing girls. I am standing here tonight to model exactly what I want my daughter to learn, the courage to advocate for herself and for what is right, even when it's uncomfortable. I urge you to re-examine your policy and procedure and adopt solutions that protect all students without placing a burden on our girls.
We have Mariah Ellerson up next.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Hector Medina. I'm a father of 7. I have 4 kids here in the Richmond School District, right? This is probably about a week or two ago. I guess when everybody else found out. Me and my family, my kids brought it up to me, and my daughter, she's young. I have an 8-year-old daughter in the elementary school. As a father, right, I come as a concerned father. But I remember when I was a little bit younger and my kids would really come and I said, what would I ever do if something happened to my kid? What would I ever do if a man or somebody did something to one of my kids? I tried to put that away. That's not I didn't want to think about. I didn't want to anger you. I was like, now we took the 10-minute break. I went to the restroom, right? I go to the restroom, I said, let me use the restroom. But as I go in there, and I'm in the restroom, I use the restroom, the manager, I could just imagine if my daughter was in there and was to see something. How would you feel? If you're in the restroom or your wife or your daughter, somebody in the restroom and they go see a man go there and pull out and do whatever they're doing. Yes, I'm not saying that I'm not talking about other community, I'm not saying that they're going to go do something to them, but what if they see a glance or something? This is when we stand up, guys. We can't be pushed over. We can't just let people come over here and say, you know my family, I'm not condemning nobody. I love everybody, but I come to you as a man. What decision are you going to come to today? When I came to this room today and I heard the Lord right here speaking, it was pretty much like me, this is what's going to happen, guys. This is what's going to happen, and this is what's giving me excuses for why this is We're going to have to be held accountable for everything we do in this life. And this is what the change comes. What are you going to do? You're going to just stand and let this happen? Then, bro, I give it up to you. I understand it's hard. As a man that you're trying to follow, think about the right decision. I was right. That's all I got. Oh, that's it.
Nikki Bora on deck. I'm not sure if I'm sorry. It's, Maria, gotcha.
That's okay. Hi, I'm Maria Morrison, and I am a parent of my friend, Lori, at the high school. First, I want to name the dignity of every Richmond high school student. Each student has profound worth, and each student is unique, unrepeatable, irreplaceable, and an important gift to our community. And so is every family and every voice that we heard tonight. With this truth, each student must be treated with dignity and respect, love, and taken care of. With that said, we have a scenario where my son and my niece are living off their God-given biological sex as a male and female in Richmond High School. This is true of the majority of the students in the school. However, it is not true of all the students, and we must be sensitive to their lived experiences as well. So the question then is, how do we meet every student where they're at? For most students, it's easy. Biological males who identify as male go in the men's bathroom, and biological females who identify as female go in the women's bathroom. There are very few students, but there are some who are biological males who wish to identify as female and vice versa. I don't know how many, and I cannot speak for these students as I don't know them. But the fact that they're using the opposite gender locker room makes it very obvious that they're not comfortable in their same gender bathroom. So, as I first considered this scenario, it made sense to me to advocate for an expectation that students would use the bathroom in a match to their biological sex, but that doesn't make sense. Upon talking with my son, who was a ninth grader, he expressed concern that should a biological male identifying as transgender having perhaps sexual interest in males, enter the men's bathroom and see my son using a urinal that is not private, there is a possibility this transgender student could be lustfully looking at him, and he could be uncomfortable. And this idea makes him feel uncomfortable. While he didn't express anything further, I have an additional concern. Because as a high school student in Richmond, a while ago, I was sexually harassed in school. It does happen, and it is a real possibility. And not only am I concerned for my son, who might have a transgender male in his bathroom, but also for the males that are transgender, if they would go into the bathroom and they may have to use the male bathroom, that they may be harassed by a male student. So we're left with the question of, what is the best scenario to accommodate all students? And there's only one scenario that accommodates all students. Males are in male restrooms, females are in female restrooms, and transgender students use a bathroom that matches their gender. With that said, we also need to address the scenario that all students are in a disagreement and that there is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Travis Penny. On there, that's Travis. Kate. Kate Avery on there. She here? Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Nikki Boca, not Barack Boca. That's my name. Between my husband and I, we have three boys, 2 girls, 3 of which are already in the school district right now, 2 have since passed the school district, thank goodness. I have a daughter in high school right now, and I would say she is very uncomfortable with the situation of having men in the women's bathroom and in the changing rooms. Now, can she handle herself in case something were physically trying, some male was trying to physically handle her? Yeah, she could probably handle anybody in this room. However, mentally, how does she feel when there's a man in the bathroom with her? We were born male and female, period. Now, if you feel that you are not the appropriate one, I urge you to think about that, and that is your choice. If you feel the need to kill yourself, yourself, I would like you to look to God and to look for love. Because God made you the way you are, period. He brought you into this world to use the image. He loves you and trying to go forward. Killing yourself is not what should happen. Now, I want you as board members to look my daughter in the eye and tell her that her being uncomfortable with a male in the bathroom with her is okay and that her feelings don't matter. I want you to look her in the eye because that's what you're doing right now. You're telling my daughter that the way she feels is inappropriate. Now, there's bullying going on both ways. Period. There are people in this room calling transgender people the wrong names and bullying them. It goes both ways. People in this room are calling my daughter a Republican snowflake. They are calling her names. They are bullying her for standing up for her beliefs. That is also wrong. We as adults in this room and in this community need to stand up and do what is right for the children that are here. I know I have 30 seconds. This is not about God. This is about our children. This is about keeping them safe mentally and physically. Do what is right for the children. If there are people that identify something different than what they were born, give them a safe space to do it. Leave my daughter alone and leave them alone.
We're going to Peter, is it Earls? All right. Daniel Payne. Daniel. And I'm sorry, we got Scott here on the Go ahead.
Hi, Len. I'm Sarah. I've never been to a school or meeting here in this town, came from Somerset, and when I came to Richmond, I was very grateful for the inclusivity, the diversity, and the beautiful arts, performing arts that you guys are looking at. I hear the making noise of here. It's really telling to me the place you're at. I'm so sorry about the last meeting you guys had to endure because I was listening to people call kids disgusting and very inappropriate things. These are children, and you can say, I'm not a transphobe, that's great, but then don't act like it, please. I would like the gentleman that was next to me saying that the lady who was speaking on the law, asking if her gender was appropriate, that was also inappropriate. I just really think we need to call our neighbors to task when they act inappropriately. You can have a stance and you can disagree, but what you cannot do is belittle the person next to you. I've had to tell a grown man to hush tonight. That's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for me, and it should be embarrassing for all of us as a community. I did a little research on my own, and I went to during conferences to the office, and I asked where the single-use stalls are, how to locate them. I found out all the places they are in the building. I called the district office and also asked questions. They were a little unhappy because I'm sure they have to be right now because people are using words against you guys, which is unfortunate. I know that everyone here wants what's best for their kids. I have 2 daughters. I'm a soldier. I'm a soldier in the Army, and she pees anywhere she can, I assure you. So making such a fuss about something so simple and making people feel bad about it, I'm sorry if your girls are uncomfortable. I might have been raised my own tougher. If we very circles of more and maybe
Well, I'm going to follow. I'm Scott Aaron. I'm the Richmond resident. I've had my son come through the high school and I've had another son in the school. My job affords me to know a little bit of history. I kept thinking about it over the past week. For those of you who aren't aware, there was a movement to keep women from voting and from schools because the idea was that God didn't mean them to be there. There was a movement to keep black people from being educated as white kids because according to the movement, God didn't want them to be there. There was a movement to keep homosexuals from school and, by the way, bathrooms because God didn't mean them to be there. And I find it really ironic that so many people in this room are quoting Title IX, and they probably forget that there was a huge movement against Title IX because that took money from boys. The bottom line is, and I appreciate the level-headed people in this room because there are common sense solutions here rather than the partisan extremism that we're hearing. I think that as a community, as a country, we are always best and remember ourselves best when we make room for the other. We try to include. We are at our worst when we try to exclude. My job doesn't really afford me much opportunity to talk about it, but since I'm here as a resident, I'm also a person of faith. And I'm glad that there's so many people here of faith. But it's interesting how much they want to talk about the laws of God and they forget his most important one. Love your neighbor as yourself. I don't remember the book talking about exceptions to that. I also know you can say it's not about hate. You can say it's about protecting, which all of those times in history were also said. Call it whatever you want and mask it however you want. The book says you know a tree by its fruit. The fruit has been ugly. And if you go online, you see it. And if you talk to students, you see it. And students getting run out of school, you see it. That's not what we want the fruit to be. We all want to protect our kids. Protect them from judgment and hate. Protect them from bigotry. Thank you for your time.
Public comment is now concluded. We get the board 10 minute recess. We've been here sitting for 2 hours, and we'll reconvene here in 10 minutes.
This morning when I woke up in the wee hours to catch my flight, all over X was this other new video. And this other new video shows a man in an alley
Oh, sorry. Those parents were amazing. This is the second time I've watched it, and I love it every time. So inspiring, and so many girls that stood up. Now we're on part 3. This is the response of the school board after all of that, and it's important to watch because it's sort of indicative of the state of things. So get to that. Hold on. The final part, part 3. Now, this is where, if you're not familiar with school board meetings, where now they're going to sort of make the decision or not make a decision on what to do. It's not complicated to me. It's very simple. You have got hundreds of girls and one boy. One boy in question. The way that this goes, this will determine several other school districts in the area. You could say it's just one boy, just one boy. That's how it starts. Just one. Just one. Compromise just this once. And then you'll compromise again and again and again until you don't even recognize your community anymore. You have to stand up for truth. There was one child, teenager, who said that they identified as trans and that's a feeling. They felt like that. Title IX doesn't protect feelings. It protects girls, biological girls. It's based on a binary. It's biological reality. Your feelings aren't part of that equation. And adults need to be truly compassionate and tell kids the truth and get kids with these types of feelings the help that they need. You don't affirm mental illness in this way. You help the kids. You find out what are the underlying causes for what's happening. That's truly compassionate and truly caring. Okay, let's get to the final part. Here we go.
All right, there are a number of considerations before the board tonight, as I see it. And that is, the board has to consider maintaining current policy, discontinuing adherence to Title IX case law or policy or law, or find a solution somewhere in the middle, or compromise or other actions. I can't speak for the other board members. However, during this discussion and deliberation, again, as a reminder to the board, it's bound by its ethics and code of conduct policies, as stated earlier, and may not speak unless recognized by the board chair. I want to ensure that every board member gets an opportunity to make their case or discuss their feelings on this or where they stand, and I'm open to recommendations how we proceed. This is not a simple decision, if you know that. And you also know that there's a lot to consider, even if new policy is provided or submitted or recommended, that policy still needs full review by the board, by legal, and also needs one reading, or at least needs 2 readings for approval. So my point is we're not going to get to that degree tonight. I'm just going to look to the board as we listen to discussion as to maybe where they're leaning and other considerations. So again, I'm going to start out. I'm just going to give my points. I'll give each board member an opportunity to speak on their behalf, and then depending on what that discussion is, we'll move forward with the next plan of action. So with that, I'm going to begin. As I said already, this is a complicated matter to unravel. This wasn't I don't think it was the duty of the school board to determine the actions of state or federal law. That's not in our wheelhouse. And again, I am just expressing my opinion like everybody else got to. While there are clear differences of opinion, I know one thing that is consistent in this room, and that is community feedback is consistent with and advocates access to more unisex bathrooms. Both sides, whether you like it, whether you're against or not, the idea of more restrooms and more accommodations is the common ground. So instead of looking at it as a divide, let's look at it as a place where we have common ground. Changing the current policy as we've seen it risks negative reputational impact and could lead to broader disruption statewide, nationally, and across other districts. The policy has been in place since 2020, and elected officials have not advanced a resolution, nor has it been an issue until now. I think one person said, why now? This issue should be addressed at the state or federal level rather than placing the burden solely on the District of New Richmond. I take offense to the statement made by Representative Krybeck on February 2nd, 2026, stating the bottom line is that Republican Krybeck, or Representative Krybeck, wants New Richmond schools to be known for their great academics and athletics, not a woke policy that will lead to statewide recognition. We are better than that, and what happens every day in our school, every student every day, cuts to the core of the magnificent work by our teachers and staff and what they do every single day. All students deserve equal rights. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. Our goal is to be a destination district and not a discrimination district. There are over 31 million individuals in the United States that identify as LGBTQ+, with almost 500,000 of that population living in the Twin Cities metropolitan area, and the largest transgender population in the United States. Okay, that's reality. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like it, but it's the reality. Almost 2% of Gen Z people aged 14 to 29 identify as transgender. These numbers are part of the makeup of our schools and our communities. We live, work, and interact daily, and they are a fabric of our community. They are not dangerous. The district should strive for unity and problem solving, setting a positive example. I challenge this board to find a balanced approach. With that said, I will not support changing the law that promotes discrimination and violates current law, but I'm looking for some place in the middle that protects the rights of all children. Greg Gardner.
Good evening. Welcome. My name is Greg Gardner. Thank you for all of you who spoke tonight. Greatly appreciated. In the past week and a half since the last meeting, I've spoke to hundreds of people on both sides of this issue. I want to thank each and every one of those people for talking to me. I want to especially acknowledge tonight and acknowledge what happens in high school to all the students that are here. It is a very difficult issue to deal with. I want to also say thank you to our Richmond school staff, teachers, and administration who are trying to navigate this issue. I've been married almost 47 years. My bride's sitting right up there. People know me probably think, how could she have tolerated me for 47 years? But she did. I have 4 sons, 4 daughter-in-laws, and I have 12 grandchildren. I've heard some of you tonight a few times and other times saying, what are you old guys doing up there? I'm not an old guy. I'm a young guy. I have 12 beautiful grandchildren, and I'm with them all the time, and I care about them very, very much. I care about every single student in this school district, every student. I originally got on the school board in 2005, stayed for 2 terms, and then I thought, well, 2 terms is enough, I'm done. I didn't run again. Well, then someone resigned from the school board and I got reappointed back to the position I've been on since. With every term that we have in the school board, we have to take an oath of office. And the way I interpret that oath of office is that I care and I want the best for every one of our students. I want the best for every school. Also, we have a financial responsibility to the school. We have fiduciary responsibility. We have to be the stewards of the $49 million budget that we have. And we have to spend it in the best way we can. And we also take a law, our oath that says we are going to follow the law. At every school board meeting, regular meeting, we say the Pledge of Allegiance. What's the last line of the Pledge of Allegiance? Liberty and justice for all. I care about every student, I care about our teachers, I care about all of you. I'm so proud that you all came here to talk to me. It was really impressive. For me, we have to find a short-term solution to this. And we have to find a long-term solution. We have to spend some money and we have to find a solution that works for everyone. And having it happen immediately is tough, but that's what I want. I want to have everybody comfortable with the solution immediately. I don't want any high school students, any of you high school students to come to school and feel a burden. I don't want anybody to be bullied, harassed. I can't tolerate that. I think everybody is created by God, and I think that we all have our place here. So I want this to be fixed for all of you, all the students here, and for all the students coming, and I want it to be fixed for my grandchildren. In regards to the people I talk to people on both sides. I don't even know a lot of the people I talk to. But I will tell you that after talking to them, I understand their feelings both ways. A few people were absolutely really tough to deal with. They are really saying such derogatory things going either way. It's really sad. I've lived in Richmond since 1966 when I was in third grade. I don't want our town to be at each other. I want our town to work together. We all have to work together to get a solution to this. And we live in the greatest country in the world. We have the greatest democracy, but we have to work together. We all have to get together. So I want to fix this issue and do it as soon as I can, as soon as we can. So thank you.
Who would like to speak next? Tim Hughes.
Yes, my name is Tim Hughes. I am a Richmond School Board member, and I'm proud to be out here. I echo a lot of Greg's sentiments that we just got to hear him say tonight. I took an oath of office that I take very seriously. I want to follow the law professionally, personally, and as an elected official. I know there keeps coming up this idea that it's 99 against 1, and we don't have the luxury of just worrying about 1 or 99. We need to worry about 100% of the students in our school. And I am gonna, I guess personally, I'm gonna be requesting options. Short-term, long-term, I want to know what's been done so far. I want to know what can be done by the end of the school year so that all kids are able to come to school and feel safe. 1 through 100%. And that is how I feel. Thank you.
Bill Melby. I've been a resident of this area since 1940. All of my siblings have graduated through the school district. There's been a million in the school district every decade since 1940. I'm very proud of the school district. We've done as much as we can to educate our kids, to get them on the right career path in their lives. I'm glad that you all could come and express yourself. I'm sad though about some of the hatred and vitriol that's going on. These are our kids. We feel for all of these kids. I have 2 grandchildren in the school system, and they love the school district. They love their coming to school. They also talk about the hatred that the kids have for each other in some of these instances. And we have to have that stop, and that comes from us as adults. We have to help our kids learn to live together and not to be at each other's throats, so to speak, and try to make them feel ashamed. Suicide rate is a real problem. We have to help these kids, and we should feel that way, all of us as adults. I agree with what the guys have said here. I think we have solutions that are available. It's just going to take time to work these things out. We can't just ignore the law because that's part of what we all do. We live by laws. And even though the judges interpret those things, we have to live with what they give us. So to try to make changes, it's going to take time, and we have to convince our legislators to be able to change the laws. But it is a solution that is available, but we have to find the solutions for all those things. And the same thing that's been said all the way through here is that we have to love each other, not hate. But I feel hate amongst the groups that are here today, and we should not be doing that. We must love each other and care for each other. So Mr. Schaefer, I think we need to find some solutions. I don't know if we can make any decisions tonight about these things. We need to work it out with administration and with our financial people and all that. But there are solutions, and we will find them.
Thank you, Dr. Melby. So don't forget Board Member Durst, she's still on Zoom, she's still with us.
I'm here, can you hear me?
Well, yes, can hear you, Marilyn, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Marilyn Durst, I've lived in Richmond since 1990, so that's quite a few years. 3 of our 6 daughters did graduate from the Richmond High School, and we're very happy here with the educational standards that we have. So I have a few comments, obviously. The other board members have suggested that there's got to be some solution, and that solution is not easy. I personally believe that, how should I start with this? Okay, one of the solutions might be that of the various restrooms in the schools, one of them could be changed to a unisex bathroom. That anyone could go in there, their boy, girl, or whatever they feel, and then to satisfy or to help all the parents that are worried about their daughters and so on. There could be some restrooms that could remain as girls, biological girls, and some restrooms could be maintained as biological boys. But we would have at least one that would be a unisex, which I think might be satisfactory. It's just a good idea. And the locker rooms, of course, have showers, and that gets more difficult. I think the assembly has passed a law that the locker rooms with the showers should be kept for biological girls should be in girls, and the biological boys should be in boys. So I don't think but I think we need to work on all sorts of creative solutions to try to make everyone at least somewhat more comfortable.
My name is Kenneth Elkin. Grew up in Hebron, not too far away. Moved to Richmond with my young family in 1989, so I've been here quite a while. Been on the school board for, I guess, around 8 years. And in that time, I can say we've come across some difficult things. We've made some difficult decisions. But the thing I've been the most proud of being on this board is we've always found a way through things. We found a way to compromise. We found a way to come up with a solution. And maybe it's not the first thing we think of, but we always work our way through it. I too want to thank everybody who reached out to the board members who showed up tonight and spoke. We appreciate every one of you, especially the students. I give you a lot of credit. It's really hard to stand up in a room full of adults and say what you feel. So I really, my hats off to you. I'm not sure I could have done that at your age, so congratulations. There's been a lot of talk about the law. Laws are made by legislators, and when those laws aren't, I'll use the word detailed enough, they kind of get filled in by the courts. And either way, we have to abide by what the law is. With that said, I feel there is a compromise in there somewhere. I think we've got some work to do. I think it's not just a fix for now, it's a fix for going forward. It's just about doing the right thing. I think we should have better access to bathrooms, not just for students, but for visitors. I think we're lacking in that, and I think we need to address that. And again, I think one of my board members here said that there's a short-term and a long-term solution, and I don't know immediately what that short-term solution is, but that's something we're gonna get to work on right away, and then find our way to a longer-term solution. Again, we are responsible for every kid, and we don't take that lightly. We're not successful unless every kid is successful. In this district, we use the term every student every day, and that's not just a catchphrase, that's how we live. So, again, I think we're gonna get through this, and we're gonna come up with a solution, and cool it with the there, I think, so. Thank you all.
There has been a lot of talk tonight about the law, and as the attorney affirmed, 34 CFR 106.33 permits sex-separated bathrooms and locker rooms. So I don't see why it's so complicated. I think we can come up with a problem or a solution, and I'd like to have a motion to adopt board policy on student privacy in restrooms and locker rooms. Can you get a second?
Remember, the judge's decision is not the law. That's the truth.
Can we get a second to my motion? What is the motion?
What does the policy say?
I can read it for you if you like. So the title is Motion to Adopt Board Policy on Student Privacy in Restrooms and Locker Rooms. Whereas the school district of New Richmond, the district, does not currently have an adopted policy addressing the use of opposite sex restrooms, locker rooms, or shower facilities. And whereas the district is committed to providing a safe, respectful, and lawful educational environment for all students, the Title IX of the Educational Amendment of 1972 and its implementing regulations expressly permit schools to maintain separate toilet, locker room, and shower facilities on the basis of sex, provided such facilities are comparable for students of each sex, 34 CFR 106.33. And whereas protecting bodily privacy in intimate settings is a legitimate and important interest recognized under federal law, and the board finds that establishing a policy governing student privacy in sex-separated facilities is consistent with law and necessary to guide staff and administration. Now, therefore, it is hereby moved that the school district of New Richmond Board of Education adopts the attached policy, student privacy in restrooms and locker rooms, effective immediately, to provide guidance on the use of sex-separate facilities and permissible individual accommodations, and direct the superintendent or designee to develop administrative procedures consistent with this policy. This would be a short-term solution that we can implement tonight, and then we can fix it and talk about it and work on it going forward for a more long-term permanent solution. Can I get a second to this motion?
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Marilyn, the only female on the board, you want to go back to this?
We have a question, just go ahead.
And it wasn't exactly clear what he was saying.
It was perfectly clear.
Let the board go there, please. Go ahead, Greg.
Can you reread part of that?
It was emailed to all of us.
That we should create a policy for protecting privacy and so on?
Read your email or tomorrow.
You're not being a dick.
It says you.
What's the legal definition of
It is in your emails if you want.
what you were born with? You didn't ask her.
If you have.
You didn't ask her.
No, she asked to stay. So Maryland, it's just the lawyer's interpretation.
One problem is that I've been hospitalized and basically institutionalized for about 7 or 8 weeks due to multiple medical problems, and I have not read every email and so on.
Come on, guys. This ain't complicated.
This will show the town how serious you're not about fixing this issue.
You still have a motion, we have a motion.
They created a hostile school environment, and that's what they got.
Let's not go too hard on the board. I think they got some poor legal counsel on this.
Got one vote for it.
That's coming.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the policy that was placed in front of us. Motion is second. Is there any discussion, further discussion of the board members? I'll comment.
I don't have that right in front of me.
Pull up your email. Read it
Here, so for discussion, one thing that at least the board understands is that number one, this can't go into effect immediately because it requires 2 readings, all right? And so,
We're gonna have 2 readings, then we'll decide, is that correct?
the policy is, we could adopt it, not honor the motion to review this policy, because there is going to be, it does need to be reviewed, and it does have to go through 2 readings of the board, all right? So I just want to make that clear that if this does get approved tonight, that it's preliminary, it's not in effect until the board approves it. Second.
Let's talk timelines on that.
The next board meeting is on February 17th, which is next Monday. It will not be reviewed by next Monday, I can tell you that. All right? So, with that, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motor?
policy is required 2 readings, so yes, it will.
And
Keep the discussion on.
in the policy that's being presented, it says that it will be implemented immediately.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's what we said, we want it can't be.
Immediately.
Further discussion, Tim?
Yeah, I think no matter what direction we go in this, in any kind of policy decision, there's gonna be gigantic, implications that we are gonna have to defend, one way or another. And I do not think it's wise to, I've heard of red.
We already
I've
have
not
a
read.
let's vote.
For discussion. Everybody is open for discussion.
All right.
Laura.
Yeah, so I have not had time to review this policy. I don't know the law that it's based off of. I don't know, what our attorneys think, because
Get a real attorney then.
Yeah, be respectful.
I believe that we do have a real attorney. And, I think that any adoption of this policy immediately is gonna be foolish for the district.
Let's recall. Let's recall.
Okay.
And, Kendall.
Yeah, I echo a little bit of what Tim just said. We just got presented this. I'm not even close to comfortable voting on this tonight. Even though that's because of multiple readings, there's no way I can vote on this.
Maybe the board can take it under advisement. No action required. We have to finish discussion. Thank you. I'm fully aware of that. Thank you. Anybody else have any comments, discussion? So the motion, there's a motion and a second to approve, to accept this policy, and it goes into effect immediately. So with that, I'm going to call a vote. All those in favor of all those in favor of the motion as presented, suspended, all those in favor? I'm sorry?
Amend immediately out of it.
Okay, go ahead.
All you have to do. That's all you have to do.
All right, so, board member, Engelhardt has rescinded the motion.
No, immediately.
Correct?
Just Ben Engelhardt is a political player. Yes,
All right, so. Please.
It's not a good look.
What's that? So you want- It's not suspended, okay, all right, so, he's now not rescinding the vote, or he's not rescinding the motion, so the motion stands as a motion and second to approve this as it stands. And so, at this point, all those in favor of accepting the policy as presented, acknowledge by raising your hand. Those opposed?
What's going on here? Is something suspended, or we?
No, no, he rescinded, the motion was to accept this, and it goes into force immediately. The board recommended that, you were comfortable with that, then he decided to rescind the motion, and then, which brought us back to the original proposal, saying, no, I want, the motion stands as it was originally presented, so I put it to a vote. And the vote is done. The motion does not pass. So Marilyn, I don't know if you.
I said I abstained because I haven't really read it. I heard part of it being read, but I haven't abstained.
All right, so majority of the rules, 4 of the 7, voted against adoption of this policy. Very, very good question.
Yes, I would make a new motion to say that we would accept this, not immediately, but following, after we vote on it, that it would be reviewed and then has to go through the standard policy or policy approval system that we use.
Accepting the document to be subject to review by the board, is that your motion?
Yeah.
Or are you accepting it as it
We have
is?
legal review, and then we have to go, once that's done, then to, it has to go through our policy meeting times, which I believe is 2 times, correct?
But that means we're either adopting this tonight or it's being taken into consideration to be reviewed by legal. So that means there is doesn't need to be a motion. We can just say, the recommended action is that we take this under consideration, have it reviewed by legal, and that if the board decides that they want to enact the policy or they want to accept this, it would be presented to the board in a way of first reading and a second reading.
You're gonna find.
Is that clear?
When would we do the first reading?
Well, we haven't even adopted it, so it's just a document being submitted to us for consideration. So we're not formally, we've already said, the board has already voted and said, we are not adopting this policy as it was presented as it stands. So, I'm gonna look at, Mick, are we okay taking this document as like an exhibit to consider without making any motion of accepting it in any way, shape, or form?
You could certainly do that, you could also make a motion to. I said you could certainly do that, you're not obligated to make any motion to bring it under advisement or consideration. An alternative is you could make a motion.
Marilyn, our attorney speaking, hold on, please.
Alternatively, you could make a motion.
Look at it carefully.
To take this as a preliminary draft and to run it through the regular process. Either way, it's gonna give the same results. You're gonna have to have, multiple layers of review.
That would have been the
You guys will sit those seats long.
Go ahead. I would make a motion to take this document as a preliminary draft and then follow our standard procedure on any policy.
We have a motion and a second to to receive this document for consideration and a draft, as a preliminary draft for review and go through the normal processes for approval.
What are the timelines of the normal processes for all of us that don't know that? Yeah, we don't want to wait another year. Are we waiting 3 months for our girls to get a bathroom, or do we have to just do the private stall for 3 more months?
As we said, I can't tell you how long it's gonna take. There's multiple layers of review. I can tell you with 2 readings, that's 2 board meetings, all right?
So what's that, 2 months then?
2 months.
So 2 months, to even just give an adoptable,
To get it-
short-term, here's a 30-day solution. We can't put together a small-term
So this
solution.
is board, we have a motion and a second. So any discussion on the motion to accept this as a draft document for consideration to run through the normal process?
We voted on April 7th. It's a good thing.
Ben second. We're just accepting this as a draft document to review.
Is there any
No.
permissions to help our girls until you guys make a decision? That's my question.
So we still have a motion and a second. So board members is everybody clear on what the motion is? The motion is to accept this document in draft form and to submit it through the normal processes of a review that we would normally go, right, for approval, review for approval.
So what do we do the next 2 months? This is great. What do we do? All day.
So we have a motion second. Any Any further discussion? All right, those in favor of accepting this draft policy as a draft to be considered and reviewed and potentially go through the processes, the normal review process, those in favor of the motion do so by raising your approval. If you're in favor of the motion, raise your hand. What was doing here, Maryland's? Those opposed? All right, the motion carries. So this draft document will be accepted. This draft form, and that is the matter at hand, and that's how we will proceed.
So now we're going to figure out a short term solution.
Yeah, short. We would love to give you time, but we want a solution.
The motion, there's not going to be a solution tonight. I believe the board voted already. We did not get a second on, no, we
It's
voted.
on the agenda for the 17th, short-term solution. Yeah, put it on the agenda for the 17th. Short-term solution.
Yeah, so the vote was already had, where we are not changing the existing policy. It'll stay in effect. In the meantime, we've accepted this as a draft document to review, and we will move forward from there. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
No, I'd like to have a motion for the original agenda items I presented for the next February 17th meeting. Which was, the first one was to get short-term stop to this until we can figure it out. The second was an investigation to figure out how we got here.
Thank your lawyer.
People deserve to
That is
who authorized it, etc.
It's taken into consideration, your request is taken into consideration. With that, a motion to adjourn. Motion Melvin, second. Second Elgin, all those in favor say aye. Aye. This meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Was muted for a second. That was not a happy crowd at the end of that meeting. There was Ben, the school board member that was on the side of sanity through the whole board meeting. And at the end, there was one other board member that would second his motion for a sensible school board policy. The Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty, a legal organization, nonprofit that does great work in Wisconsin and across the country. They're a national law firm. They provide pro bono services for cases like that. They represented me, but they will take on the tough cases to defend the Constitution, free speech, parental rights, and they stand up. They stand up for the David in the world of woke Goliaths. And they created a model school board policy for sex-separated bathrooms in K through 12 schools. So great legal minds, attorneys that have argued before the United States Supreme Court, drafted legal policy. And if you go to their website, the website of the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty, will.org, you can find that policy, and it can be adapted in any state. If you don't have this policy, and if you don't have you don't live in Florida, you don't have Governor DeSantis, and you don't have a strong state legislative body that passed legislation, it's in statute, then this is something that you could use. Wisconsin, the Assembly and Senate controlled by the Republican Party, they have passed bills. They have tried to pass legislation. They've passed bills that protect women and girls sports. They've introduced legislation that protects girls' spaces. And believe me, I will be championing such legislation in the next legislative session. The current one is nearly over. It ends next week. A whole bunch of really good legislation was passed this week, went through the Assembly, passed on the floor of the Assembly, on the floor of the Senate. A lot of bills that protect children, that reaffirm parental rights, a lot of great things that our governor will veto, unfortunately. And I think there's only hope that he might sign a teacher's bill of rights. And hard to believe that he would veto that, but of course he would, because it's a religion. It's not just policy, it's religion, which you can see when you have these grown men defending a policy that allows biological males into the changing rooms and private spaces of biological females. And then it's out of our hands, though. We can't do anything. Yes, they can. And we'll discuss that more, but yes, absolutely they can. It is not out of their hands. We are a local control state, and school boards absolutely have the power. All across this country, school boards have the power to do the right thing, and they should. And they shouldn't be cowards. And if facing parents, if facing their community is too much for them, then they should not hold the positions that they do, and there should be folks in those positions that can do the job. And it's very late, so I have a great interview with Evita Duffy Alfonso, and then with a mom and daughter who spoke at this meeting, and I'm going to air those tomorrow because I don't want to run them this late. I want everyone to see them. They're really good. The second interview I had to do on my phone, a little blurry, but you can hear everything good. It's a great interview. So I'm going to air those live tomorrow. I've got a whole bunch of great interviews that I'm going to roll out this weekend and this week. Just so much news every day. There's just so much going on. It's hard to keep track. But a lot of people are asking, where is this? It's New Richmond, Wisconsin. It's a small rural town, voted predominantly for President Trump in the last election by over 60%. They made their voices very clear about the Biden Title IX rewrite. They did not want it. They did not vote for it. And they rejected it. But in a sneaky, clever, you got to give the devil their due way, language was cut, pasted, and passed many years ago that snuck in gender identity into their non-discrimination policy. And that is where they're hanging their hat on this non-policy to allow boys and girls bathrooms, because they do not have a bathroom policy. This is something that they have just decided. And they have a lawyer from Minnesota that is who frequently forgot that he was in Wisconsin. This is what school board meetings look like. So if you have not seen one before, this is how they look, and this is the twisted logic that parents have to face every time they go up against this woke educational bureaucracy. and teachers unions and the big woke sister, not big brother, that is they have just dismantled education as you know it. The focus is not where it should be. It's not on proficiency. It's not on increasing the proficiency in reading, math, science, preparing kids for college or for a career outside of high school. Look at all the time that they have to spend on bathroom policy just because there's one boy who feels pretty. So that's that this great. How many school board meetings could say they have 100,000 views? Not many, especially in a small town so this is what we do at Moms for Liberty. We are telling this story. We are ringing the bell. We are the canary in the coal mine. We are trying to get the attention of all of y'all throughout the nation, the attention of the Department of Education, the Department of Justice, the Office of Civil Rights. This is what's happening. And we appreciate all the efforts of the Trump administration. And we're going to continue to do our part so that justice can be served and more work can be done. And there's still lots that has to be done. The work is far, far, far from completed. So this is what's happening in small towns, and let's figure out the solutions. There are many, like parents were saying, what's a short-term solution? And we're waiting on Supreme Court decisions, but there are things that can be done in Congress. There are things that can be done in the state. There are things that can be done in the federal government. The work is not even close to being over. We've only just begun. So thanks everyone for watching. Stay tuned tomorrow and please share this and please follow us. Don't forget, follow us on YouTube at moms4liberty and follow us on X, same handle, and Facebook and beyond. We weren't able to air this on our Facebook page today, but we will post the link to watch it later. It's on my personal Facebook account, so you can always watch it there too. So thanks everyone. Have a good night and keep boys out of girls' bathrooms, please. Bye.